Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on Monday, June 8th. After Friday's slide, equity's bouncing back a little bit. We had the South Korean market, the Kospi, as they talked about on Sunday night, down nearly 8%. Does anybody really watch that? I don't know. I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it till they talked about it. And again, kind of mixed across the board everywhere else in metal space. Little bit of weakness in the dollar, not much. Bond market pretty much flat. Big week with CPI on Wednesday. Got Arena Cup, a lot to talk about. Let me introduce the panel and get to all of that. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Craig's a little tired today, everybody. Let's juice him up. Let's get some likes in here. Let's get Craig going. Send some comments to him in the chat. And the man on the big screen, senior market strategist, the one and only Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. I had an 87 in my vibe check by Stowe this morning, high watermark, ready to go.
Oh, I haven't checked that out yet. He sent me a text yesterday. Shout out to Stowe with the vibe check. I can't wait to check it out. My boy Stowe always coming up with some cool stuff, so be looking forward to seeing what that's all about. Again, quick look at the tape, and then we'll get to Shai in the news. Equity indexes, S&P is up 50, NASDAQ is up 375 right now, 1.25%. So we've come back quite a bit after, even though Friday's move was substantial. We're still up over 1% today. Russell up 1.25%. So Russell and NASDAQ working really well together this morning, lifting all the indexes. We got Russell Recon, too, coming up. I'm sure we'll be talking about that this week. Oil up 1%, 91 and change. Again, Israel and Iran were at it again. They kind of went, that door opened and then closed again quickly. But we'll continue to be the story. Yeah, Shai will talk about that. Like I said, metal space is still choppy, sloppy choppy. What does Peck say? Choppy, too boppy. Yeah. Again, I belong a little bit of copper via ETFs because Shai's got me in there. And it's up 1.5% today, even though I'm a little underwater on it. But we'll get to all of that more. First, Shai, the news.
All right, so Strait of Hormuz is still shut. Day 100, just going to throw that out there. Oil jumped after Iran and Israel traded fire, despite President Trump's calls for both sides to quit fighting. Fresh escalation in the war that happened overnight. Now, the Houthis also did come out and say that they declared a ban on Israeli ships in the Red Sea, threatening a key bypass route to the Strait of Hormuz. Traders will be wanting to focus on that because it's kind of the alternate route. You can go through the Red Sea. If for some reason the Houthis decide to shut that down entirely by bombing ships, that could pose another problem, so something to keep an eye on. And then around 7:20 a.m., everything turned around, markets turned around. Iran's armed forces announced the end of military operations against Israel, though they did warn of harsher attacks if Israel resumes attacks on Lebanon. Obviously, we had crude drop, indices gain, yields pull back, gold paired some losses, and the dollar came back down. Then there was another announcement by our IRGC saying any vessel belonging to a hostile nation that enters the Strait of Hormuz, I'm guessing they mean Israel, will be targeted on site. So still very much a headline-driven market. Things can change on the dime, so be careful out there. Kospi had another bruising day. It tumbled as much as 8.8%, triggering a 20-minute trading halt by the stock exchange. People keep an eye on the Kospi because he's heavily weighted in the AI trade. Yeah. And so that's why people are keeping an eye on that. Now, we do have some risk in the markets via like a flood of new shares from companies looking to fund their artificial intelligence ambition. It's raising questions on Wall Street about whether there will be enough buyers to soak them all up and what this fresh pile of equity will mean for stock prices more broadly. And that kind of hit home on Friday. Meta announced that it was considering raising tens of billions in stock offering that sent its shares down 5.5%. But we did have, remember, Alphabet just announced that they were doing that last week. The thought here is that if Meta and Alphabet are doing it, everybody else is going to do that. And that comes on the heels of the already public offerings from SpaceX, Anthropic, and OpenAI. So it's a lot of issuance coming on the market, and it's going to depend on whether there's enough demand to soak that up. In other bits, Trump was on Meet the Press this weekend. He said of course, Federal Reserve would be wrong to raise interest rates as his nominee, Warsh, prepares to chair his first policy meeting. He said, I don't want to kill success. We should actually lower rates, he said. Warsh is going to have his job cut out for him, that's for sure. Citigroup has raised its year-end target to 8,100 from 7,700 on the AI supercycle. NVIDIA called the global tech stock sell-off a buying opportunity. Shocker. They also signed off a multi-year billion-dollar deal with SK Hynix to develop next-generation memory for AI systems. Circular nature of all these companies once again. Morgan Stanley this morning also out saying that the sell-off in U.S. stocks on Friday was a healthy reset. We had an OPEC meeting this weekend. They raised their quota by another 188,000 barrels a day, which obviously doesn't matter since the OPEC as a group is down 2 million barrels a day due to the Iran war. So it's largely symbolic. It really meant nothing. On Wednesday, as you mentioned, we have the long-awaited May CPI and Thursday PPI after the hot numbers in April and strong May employment report on Friday. Obviously, everybody's going to be watching these numbers to understand whether the Fed might hike rates, and if so, when. And for data today, very quiet. All we have, it's at 11 a.m. Eastern. We have New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations. I don't expect that to be much of a market mover.
The Fed's 1-year inflation expectations. Higher. Well, thanks, Shai. Market didn't like CapEx before, right? That was a big thing. That's what was one of the things that took the market lower, where the CapEx spending was a big deal. Is it a big deal now?
Look, I mean, we've been talking about this transition from internally generated free cash flow funding the AI CapEx build out to debt finance funding the AI CapEx build out, and then last week we learned equity was going to be financing the AI CapEx build out. And a company like Google has unlimited access to debt markets, right? And so the decision that they made to issue equity for the first time in forever, really, and only the third time ever they've issued stock, is a reflection on their view that their stock is expensive. There's really no other way to put it. And so we kind of now are moving into a situation where more companies are going to be thinking about hitting the bid from the equity side in order to help finance the CapEx. And so the rumors about Meta doing it, we know this week we have the SpaceX IPO, plenty of equity supply there, Anthropic and OpenAI coming with supply as well. And so when you think about the flows that we talk about every morning, one of the flows that we haven't spoken about really until now is equity issuance as a flow, as a negative for the market, right? We know share buybacks are supportive. We know positive gamma is supported. All these other supportive 401ks are supportive. Equity issuance, not supportive. And so if we have kind of a record amount of equity issuance coming in the next, so, including Google, possibly Meta, SpaceX, Anthropic, it's over $300 billion of equity. It'd be the largest calendar month of IPOs ever in the history of time. So that's a lot of stock. And so that's what we're digesting. We also had Broadcom last week, which is obviously a huge company. Guidance wasn't enough. And so you kind of put those two things together, given all the positioning we had, leaning long, tech names, all the call buying, all the FOMO that we've been talking about, the boat just got loaded way too far to one side. That's what unwound Thursday into Friday. And, it really had nothing to do with the war, right? And so, it's the war over the weekend, I think, and now the bounce here kind of on maybe the alleviation tensions. I don't think that's the story at all. The story is the positioning in the tech. A lot of that did get cleaned up on Friday, but as we push through this week, what's the incremental catalyst going to be? If Meta comes out this week and announces another equity issuance, I think the market, that's a very precarious thing for the tape, I think. More equity supply is going to be a problem.
I agree with you. Did we go into negative gamma after Friday?
We definitely are in certainly more of a neutral gamma. I think depending on the day you're looking at. So yeah, we're certainly into neutral, and as we push lower, we are threatening into kind of lower gamma regimes, kind of below 73.50. So we were firmly supportive. That supportive window is kind of gone. We are closer now to the window of expiry window of potential weakness is closed as we approach expiry next week. So you just kind of have general supportive flows, but don't forget, a lot of the flows we've had this month have been call buying. So as that flow comes off the tape, that means dealers have less to hedge, and so there's a kind of a negative from that. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag here for this window as we approach expiry next week.
Which is where I think we are too when we look at the tape. If you just peel it back, I wrote in my morning note, you're kind of caught between the monthly open, which we all talked about last week at the beginning of the week, how that monthly candle opens up, and then we've been trending higher every month, right? Pretty much, not every month, but for several months, right? And then now we have negative on the month for all the major indexes. Now we have an opening for the week where it's pretty much opening range was the low last night, if I'm not mistaken. I looked at it and I was like, man, so now you have opening for the month versus opening for the week, and you're getting into rollover. You've got all these things. It's a two-way tape. I mean, Jimmy, let's go to you. We had this big sell-off on Friday. I talked about this as well. I said, the tape was almost resembling what a trader psychology is in a lot of ways. A lot of new traders are in a trend. They stay in their trend for as long as they can, and it kind of unravels all at once, and it just happens, right? And that's kind of where we are. And now we, as I talked about, caught between this monthly open and weekly open. Was there a lot of damage done on Friday?
Yeah, it was a huge flush out on Friday for sure, and every single market was affected by it. Today everything's kind of turning around a little bit, right? We're not 50% retraced on anything really yet, but we're starting to get there. I don't know if I'm buying it or not. We'll see what happens on the open right now, but we're about 38.1% up so far in the mini S&P, pretty close to that in the NASI right now. So there is a feeling that, okay, this was just, hey, this is a news-driven event. Everything is rosy. We're going to start getting back into this thing. But we don't know until the bell rings, really. I'm still bullish crude oil, even though that gap is going to probably close, if it hasn't already as we're speaking right now. On the downside, with that big Globex gap is like $2. And that momentum just got sucked up. So everything's kind of rotating back. I look at bonds and I'm looking at, well, it looks like we're trying to rally up, but I'm not buying that at all. As long as we're under that 112 handle in bonds, I'm looking for places to get short right now. And then 10-year notes also, same thing. It's not looking very rosy.
Yeah, Jimmy, with CPI on Wednesday, you expect the bond market to be a little bit sideways. It had that earlier in May sell-off. Towards the end of May, you had the rally. We've come back a little bit. Now we're kind of caught in between there, and I think everyone wants to see what CPI looks like. I think everyone also would like to really hear from Warsh, just at least a little bit.
We also have supply this week. There's 3-year notes tomorrow. 10-year is on Wednesday. 30-year on Thursday. So the 10s and 30s come after the CPI print. So that CPI print can be very important. And we had a stronger than expected non-farm payroll report on Friday. And so you kind of have this general idea here that the economy doing better than expected and inflation's running well above target. So, and energy prices remain firmly bid. Really a trifecta there for a negative view on bonds and an expectation of higher yields. And, I don't suspect Warsh is going to be able to really provide anything dovish, necessarily from when he hits the, it would kind of behoove him actually to be a little bit more hawkish to kind of, suggest and reflect the reality that he is not a sock puppet, right? That he understands this is where the economy is, that most of the Fed has already moved in that direction. And for him to kind of get credibility with folks internally, I think that would make sense for him to be on that page, such that if and when it's time for him to push his agenda, that it's time to cut rates, he'll say, look, I was with you when it was time to be hawkish, and now it's time to cut, and get the committee to go with him at that point in time. But to come out pretty dovish here when most of the committee is the other way, I don't think it's going to wouldn't make a lot of sense.
No, totally. Shai, going back to Friday's jobs number, I was watching, and you were like, well, this is really a blowout number. And you guys were really kind of nailed it. So the market will like it initially, and then it didn't. But then it really didn't. If you peel back that number, and we've had time to digest it, was there anything in that number that maybe stood out to you?
Yeah, I think most of it was really in hospitality, and that was probably pre-hiring for
World Cup?
FIFA. Yeah. And so that concern is later in the summer when those people get let go, that's going to show up in the data. So that's kind of been the concern, that it was just temporary hiring and not really full-time hiring.
Got it. And so it's something to keep an eye on. I also wanted to go to you, Shai, and talk about metals. I mean, they're just kind of sloppy here. I mean, there's nothing really clean. You've got platinum back around just below 1,800. You've got silver around 68. You've got gold at 43.50. I know a lot of talk last night. Was it around the 200-day moving average in gold? Mm-hmm. First time it's been below it in some time. So technically a little bit hurt there. Copper's still bid, as you and I have talked about. That's a position I have. I've been holding ETFs. Futures, not so much for me. Just trying to stay with a position. And Monday or Friday, it got clipped pretty hard because of the semis. And so, again, what's the story in metals?
Yeah, I mean, I think with copper, again, fundamental story is still there. It's very much part of that AI trade. So, when that starts moving, copper's going to move with it. With gold and silver, even though silver is still an industrial metal and still tied to, ESG and the AI trade, the problem is it's grouped under precious metals. And we've seen precious metals come under pressure because yields have been rising, meaning chances of a rate hike are starting to factor in fully in December, actually, and we're also starting to see it factor in September, and obviously that is a negative for precious metals. In addition, the dollar stayed pretty firm. That's also a negative for precious metals. When does that trade, or when does gold become more of an inflation hedge? Probably not right now. We'll need something to turn around, but I think that is coming. And I think once we get through this cycle, gold is still, in a major uptrend and will probably continue higher because we're not seeing any, we still have massive debt globally. That's not going away anytime soon. No government's going to stop spending. You still have currency debasement. And so I think that trade is very much alive still. But it's working in the background right now because the headwind is these higher yields, a higher dollar.
I agree.
I'm a little bit.
Metals.
Sorry about that. I just want to say I'm a little bit worried about gold right now. I mean, we're all the way back to the yearly open at 43.40, and this is one market that's not recovering overnight. So it's continuing with some downward price pressure after Friday's rout. Sorry.
Yeah, a market that goes. No, you never interrupt me, Jimmy. Gold going negative on the year, it's a good call out. I mean, it's something to keep an eye on. And I go back to Shai. I mean, this is, again, when markets are in play and the fundamentals are working with the technicals, they're strongly in play. They were. And now you're not. You've got inflation coming. You've got rates going up. This opportunity, or this sell-off to me, is an opportunity in gold. Because the minute that the Fed starts talking about cutting rates, because it's going to happen, they're just letting time work through right now. Once that happens, all of a sudden gold could come back into play. And what's interesting, the dynamic right now is that what's really strong in play here when I look at everything? And I say that, I go, what's the trend that's got everything with it? And I look across the board. The only thing I'm in is copper, and it's broken down a little bit. You look at equities. Again, today into tomorrow, into the end of the week, is the AI tech trade still going to be in play, Craig? I mean, that's going to be the question, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we did a little bit of, we did some damage to the narrative last week. And then when you had the strong payroll report and bond sell-off, you had the rotation out of the AI names into other sectors, right? I believe the Dow was up on Friday, and many sectors, were up. So you didn't really see kind of wholesale liquidation. You did see some rotation. Obviously, the S&P was down, but I think four or five of the sector ETFs were up on Friday. And so, if we start to see an economy that's holding in here with inflation running hot, is that the time to be plowing money back into the AI story amidst all this new supply that's coming? Or you're better off kind of rotating capital into some of these other areas. And so, I think we're going to be into here. I suspect we're going to see some of that dichotomy between the indices, certain things working. Even today, you're seeing, kind of the Dow is now underperforming significantly after being up significantly on Friday. So I think we're going to see a little bit of choppiness, two-way action here. And so, it's the earnings story will be obviously of paramount importance later this week. We get Oracle reports after the close on Wednesday and Adobe after the close on Thursday. So those will be two kind of big AI and software type names that people will be focused on to see, where are we in this cycle? What are the incremental headlines? And Apple also has a big event this week as well.
Yeah, that's this week.
So there'll be some headlines in the tech trade, but people are kind of maybe 1 foot on the 1 foot out the door.
Yeah, Jimmy, back to you. When we look at the markets in general, I always like to look at where's the strongest theme, like where's the strongest trends. If you're someone who's trying to trade a more medium-term time frame, you try to find something where you've got some fundamental backdrop, you got technicals working with it. Really still is tech. I think NASDAQ, again, a little bit broken down. I talk about where we are to the year-to-date VWAP and the one standard deviation, which I think is going to be a big area for the NASDAQ, is, I put that earlier, I think it was like 28,450. I think that's a big area for them to hold because it shows strength of trend. I look everywhere else, and everything else really kind of doesn't look so great. Technically, is there anything kind of standing out for you? Is like, what is the strongest trends you see out there right now?
Well, I do like your copper call, to be honest with you. If you think about it's been relatively correlated with the equities. I give you that. Shai pointed out it's related to the AI trade, which it is. But if you just kind of look at the longer term picture here for a medium term trade idea, you see a series of higher lows, right? Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. We have a really nice double top at 670 right now. We're driving back up above these key moving averages, and the correlation it's still positive, but not 100% correlated. Short term, it's 79%. Longer term, it's 55%. So it does have a mind of its own, right? And maybe a little less volatile, even though we had that big spike on Friday. But this is a market that, it's going to break to the upside, in my opinion, probably by a lot. It's going to take some time, though. And so from a medium-term trade idea, I'm looking at this daily charts and saying, all right, I have my 50, my 21, and my 8 EMA all lined up, and I'm going to look for entries appropriately around there.
Yeah, Shai, that's why I've been using ETFs for this, because futures, man, it's just an expensive product, and it's just it's a little thin. It's not the thickest book in the world.
Right.
I've worked a few stops where I'm like, man, I'm just getting, if I start scaling into position. So I've been trying to just stay really, really patient with it and use some ETFs, actually, which is not something I normally do if I have a commodity trade. But again, to me, when you look at the whole space right now, is copper really the only thing that really, when you look at it, has fundamentals and technicals? Because again, crude oil, silver, gold, the news even isn't really moving crude oil higher. Crude oil just seems very much just kind of like every time I look at it, it's trading 91, 92.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that once we get into the summer, we will see higher crude prices. It's pretty undeniable, the fundamentals behind it. We're draining things quickly. The Strait doesn't look to be opening anytime soon, and we're heading into, strong demand season in the northern hemisphere across the board, and we've kind of drawn down that cushion. So I would probably look for higher oil prices over the summer as that demand pumps up. But, copper has a huge story behind it. Fundamentally, the chart looks still very bullish, and we're gonna need more copper between now and 2040 than we have ever mined in the history of mining. If you look at the lack of capex for the last 6 years, there is going to be a huge problem. I spoke at a virtual conference this weekend on copper, and so when that comes out, I'll put that in my morning note. Thanks.
Yeah, go to you, Craig. Final thoughts coming into today.
Friday, we did some damage. And the question will be, does that continue into this week, or is it really kind of, one day flash in the pan, positioning, unwind, and everything's kind of cleared out? I think the fact that the geopolitical stuff elevated over the weekend, but now has calmed again very quickly. Clearly, the president is pretty sensitive to that, right? He's does not want to see that things really escalate. And it sounds like maybe for now they won't. And so if we don't really have that risk of re-escalation during the week, it kind of allows the volatility markets to calm down a little bit. window of potential weakness is closing, and we'll have some of that the options buybacks, and so that can kind of create more of a sanguine, trading tape this week. But keep an eye out for this Wednesday CPI print, right? It's expected to be firm, hotter than expected. We have a lot of bond supply this week, and then if Meta does announce an equity raise, or Amazon, or one of these other guys, I think it's going to be a pretty negative catalyst for the Nasdaq. And then obviously Thursday after the close, I think SpaceX gets done and starts trading on Friday. So it's a pretty big week. A lot of catalysts this week. Volatility is elevated. Trade smaller, but and we're going to have big rangy moves now that the positive gamma regime is kind of behind us. We're more neutral and can shift to negative. So things can start to get a little bit more whippy.
I agree, and we didn't even talk about rollover. I mean, we're getting into rollover now for the equity indexes. Bonds have already rolled. You should have SEP up on your chart for ZB and ZN, and then you're going to have everything else kind of follow that. Bonds always are the first ones really to roll, and so make sure you've adjusted that in your charts. And again, we've got volatility, I think, in a bull market. It's still a bull market, and when you have this kind of volatility in a bull market, it's not that often that you see that, honestly. I mean, I've traded a lot of bull markets. Most of the time, the markets are in a bull market. Short-term day traders should be pretty happy that we're getting this much volatility. But again, stay patient, ease your way into the week, and let's not ease our way into the next segment, which it's about that time for this morning Judge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
We are not easing. This is crude oil. Let's take a look at this daily chart here. A couple things going on that was a little bit interesting here. Remember that close this is the wartime volume profile, by the way, I have up on my chart. And the point of control is around 96. We're not too far off of that price right there. 50% retracement around 92.19. Not too far off of that as well. So a lot of middle tendency happening right now. And we have that May 9th close, 94.77. It just keeps showing up time after time after time. We have a symmetrical triangle. You don't even have to use your imagination. This is a good one. Kind of focusing in here for potential breakout one way or the other way above the 150 moving average. And the RSI is just kind of going sideways, nowhere quick. So a lot of stuff happened in the middle here, even though there's a lot of volatility day to day. So when you're trading this thing, you got to be super, super careful. Now, this morning, when we mentioned it in our newsletter this morning as well, don't forget to sign up for that. We did have a Globex gap up. It was about a $2 Globex gap up. We're getting close to closing that gap as we speak right now, but we're sitting right at the pivot right now, right? And that pivot's at 91.19. Again, that's support along with Jack's 1 at 91. If we kind of get a breakdown lower here, then we do have targets past that gap fill. We have that previous session's lows at 89.68, and then we have S1 at 88.74. On the upside here, we got to conquer this VWAP right now. VWAP's starting to move down pretty nicely here. Previous session's highs, 93.62, would also be a level. In addition to that one-day max by MenthorQ, just short of $94. May 9th close, there it is. I kept it on my chart. But really, big resistance, 0 DT call resistance happened this morning at $95. We just kept wicking through it. The London initial balance couldn't even overcome it. R2, same thing. It's right there, really close, 15 cents higher. And then we have a blind spot too by MenthorQ at 95.50. Above that, we got a lot of empty space. If we do get a breakout to the upside, that's at 99.09. We got that R3 sitting up there. Kind of rare to hit R3, but you never really know. So that's the story on crude oil right now. Again, I was bullish coming into this morning, but probably get bullish again once that gap fills, if it does fill. Let's shoot over to the NASDAQ, though. NASDAQ is also an interesting story right now. I know a lot of you guys are trading it. Let me just start with the daily chart really quickly here. Huge sell-off, obviously, on Friday here. I had the June open kind of highlighted, kind of toward the top of pretty much where we sold off from yesterday. That trend line, forget about the trend line. We broke through that big time. I'm going to leave it there just to see what happens. Moving averages are starting to move down, especially the 8 EMA. And we have this May 19th swing low. We haven't seen it yet. We got close, haven't seen it yet. I added a fib line high to the low from Friday, and we're all not quite 38.1% of the way up. So although this is an encouraging green candle, I'm not ready to say we're off up to the all-time highs again. I want to see a close above, or at least a move above that 31.8. That's about 29,549. Don't forget 30,000 psychological number right above that as well. Intraday, it was a nice trade overnight. There's a lot of stuff happening here. We have a second distribution developing, right? Primary point of control right now is at 212. We have the secondary little bit of a distribution happening. Who knows what's going to happen when the bell rings, but something for sure is going to happen. We're above VWAP as well. We're way above London IB. And I have some targets up here. I have them circled because they're important. HVL, high vol level, and 0 DTE, high vol level. Look at my lips right there. And that is approximate, and that's at 50, that's at 29,520. And then we have that one-day max right above it. Now we have another one, call resistance up here. That's 0 DTE call resistance and 0 DTE gamma wall as well. That's a little bit higher up too, around 700, 29,700. And then we finally have R1 at the upside. So there's some really good targets on the upside if this market decides to do their thing. On the downside, though, keep an eye on the 0 DTE put support down here at 28,800. It lines up really nicely with the Globex close and also really nicely with previous sessions lows, just a tad bit above that May 19th swing low at 28,663. Constructive so far. We'll see if we get a second distribution kind of building up above the primary one. Big volume deficit in between. So keep that in mind. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Luke Gromen, his founder and president of FFTT, Force Through the Trees. Great macro strategist. Looking forward to speaking with him.
One of the best, in my opinion. Love Luke. Glad to have him here on this Monday morning. Let's take a look at who else will be on NinjaTrader Live today. Of course, we've got Luke coming up. We've got Tape Talk with Pharm. We've got Trade the Open with Salma. Tanya, I don't think, is making it today. She's got something going on. We'll find out later. Midday Markets with Leo. And is that Jack? Yeah, it's Jack. Leo and Jack, Midday Markets. Trade the Close with XY, Nick Furtick, and Stowe. All right. Let's bring in Luke. Luke, good morning.
Good morning, Anthony. Good morning, Shai. How are you guys?
All right.
Doing great, my friend. Great to see you here. Perfect, really, day to have you here because we finally had the tree shaking a little bit in the equity indexes. I got to use a tree reference when I'm with you. It's okay. Not a great joke, but it's all right. And here we are where the markets have fallen back a little bit. Everyone's kind of wondering, is this just a pullback or is this something more? What were your thoughts coming out of the action you saw on Friday?
You know, my thoughts coming out of the action on Friday were that might have been the first tremor to a recognition by the broader market that everything we're trying to do, something's got to give. In other words, you can't fund $2 trillion deficits forever. You can't finance the war. You can't roll all this treasury debt. You can't place several different $1 trillion IPOs. You can't have oil up at $100, putting upward pressure on inflation metrics. You can't have sovereign bond yields breaking out in Japan, Korea, U.S. At some point, and oh, by the way, equity indices or equity valuations are in complete and total la-la land. We wrote a report about a month ago for clients just highlighting, we've been looking at not just the Warren Buffett metric, which is total equity market cap as a percent of GDP, but also what we started doing is netting out U.S. federal debt. Because in the post-QE world, end of the day, they'll print that money to buy that debt if they have to keep wheels on the cart. And so we've been looking at basically total equity market cap minus federal debt as a percent of GDP. And that kept us, bullish on stocks in 18 when the Warren Buffett metric first hit. But it is first hit on its own, back to 2000 highs. We said, now there's more upside. That number in the fourth quarter hit levels we haven't seen only other two times in 80 years. It was 1Q 2000 and 4Q 21. And so you've got equity valuations in la-la land, and then you've got all this other stuff, and at some point a decision has to be made. Are we going to save the bond market, or are we going to save the currency? And I think the bond market's sort of waking people up in terms of hey, You can't finance all this stuff. You've either got to print the money or you're going to have to pay more in rates. And the market doesn't like the rates.
And how does that work out with, Warsh wants to shrink the balance sheet, which I don't think he's going to be able to do that.
Best of luck.
And he's kind of in a pickle here, with the rest of the Fed governors, because they all seem rather hawkish, even Waller, who tends to lean dovish. So, what does the Fed do this meeting? You had Trump out saying we should cut rates still this weekend.
Yeah, it's... I'm not a guy who's like, oh, this is such a big Fed meeting all the time, but I think this is a big Fed meeting because I think we're going to get sort of a big flop of the cards, and to use a poker term, right? In terms, we're going to get to see a little bit about where Warsh's head is, because I hear a lot of people, I think consensus is that he's a hawk, and a lot of his public pronouncements have been hawkish. I'm not so sure. He wrote an op-ed with Stan Druckenmiller in December 2018 in the Wall Street Journal, essentially begging the Fed to stop raising rates after, a couple of hikes, with the S&P down like 10% off all-time highs. And I think his commentary around productivity, I think, is very interesting. There seems to be this building narrative, which is basically elegant gaslighting, but that's fine. If this is the world we're going to be in, then we have to understand that. But the gaslighting that appears to be taking shape is, if we invest aggressively, then that's not inflationary, because someday that capacity will come online and will be disinflationary or deflationary. And so just look through what's about to happen. And we've heard Warsh say that. We've heard Trump say that. Trump, of course, phrased it as, this is greatness. This is not inflation, in his unique Trump way. What I think is most likely to happen is I think Warsh will shrink the balance sheet, and this will be another one of these sort of Jedi mind tricks / gaslighting. He's going to shrink the balance sheet, and that'll steepen the curve, and then he'll cut the front end, and that'll further steepen the curve. This is the plan. I'm not saying it'll go well, but I think this is the plan. And then they'll reduce regulations so that banks who are right now constrained in the number of treasuries they can buy based on capital regulations will become much less constrained. And so that's the Jedi mind trick, which is, we are doing things for Main Street, not Wall Street. We are shrinking the balance sheet and moving back to our mandate. And the reality is they will have set up something where they steepen the curve to make it a lot easier for the banks to buy a lot more treasuries once they get deregulated, because at the end of the day, all banks care about is the spread. They don't care about what's happening with the real value of those treasuries. And it'll basically be QE through the banks while the Fed shrinks their balance sheet to those banks, while the regulatory changes can allow the banks to still make loans to the government and make loans to Main Street, which with these regulations, they kind of have to choose, to oversimplify. They can loan to the government by treasuries, or they can loan to Main Street. And so that's what I think the plan is. Now, everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the mouth.
If that's the plan, Luke, then where is the trade opportunity today?
I think the trade opportunity is probably gold and Bitcoin. If you're going to, but I'm still, it's sort of like you've got to wait for that flop. I think that's, I think gold goes to 3,800, 4,000 before it goes to 10,000. I think Bitcoin goes to 40,000 before it goes to, some really big number, 100,000, 150,000, something like that. Because you really get into this, I think you need some level of pain. So I guess, where's the trade? I think we get, some further testing on the downside in the very short term before we get more liquidity later this year. That's, in the sequencing is how I see it happening.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. For the tech trade, obviously, it's been kind of mania. Are you worried? We talked about this a little bit earlier, but are you worried about all this issuance coming to the markets from the IPOs? You just had Alphabet and Meta come out and say they were going to issue, billions of dollars of stock, and maybe others start following that pattern. Is that going to be a problem for the markets?
I think it could be. I mean, this is the weirdest. I've been in finance and I've been in investment research for 30 years, and I don't ever recall seeing a set of IPOs like this. And the set of IPOs, I mean, SpaceX and then Anthropic and OpenAI, where you have these regulators, indices, et cetera, just sort of setting aside all the rules. Like, let's get this thing out as fast as we can, get it into retail as fast as we can. It doesn't give me a great feeling, particularly at a time when they're still burning cash the way they are. Earnings estimates are going up, but they're burning lots of cash. There's sort of a weird accounting treatment of the depreciation. So the faster they spend to invest and burn cash, the more the earnings will go up in the short run. So that I do think there's risk to the downside because again, none of these, these stocks, a lot of these stocks are trading at valuations that elicited the famous "What were you thinking?" speech from Scott McNealy of Sun Microsystems 25 years ago, right? Where, hey, you were buying my stock at 10 times sales, and and his point was, there's literally no way that makes any sense in the long run to buy stock at 10 times sales. And I'm not saying some of these Google, et cetera, they're not there. But there are some that are there, some of these IPOs that are way more than there. So, yeah, I don't, at a time when you've already got rising rates sort of across the world, inflationary, the last thing you need are big IPOs taking out more liquidity.
Absolutely. And then what are your thoughts on, say, kind of the industrial metals market? We've seen a rise in copper that kind of has a fundamental story behind it, kind of tied to the AI trade. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, to me, the fundamentals there still look really, really good, both from a demand standpoint when you look at the build-outs of the electrical infrastructure and grid, and that's something we've been bullish on for years, and we're staying with it. Things like the PAVE ETF and the grid ETF. But that then also goes to copper and the industrial metals. And so from the demand side, it's a very bullish outlook. And then you go to the supply side, and from basically day one, we've been saying Hormuz is going to stay closed way longer than people think. I mean, I did a conference call with a client in like March 6th and said, it might still be closed July 4th. And I looked like, I peed in their morning coffee. But here we are. It's June 8th. It's going to still be closed on July 4th. And so we are sleepwalking into an energy/commodity supply issue. And I know they are, they're this, as long as the markets go up, if everything's fine. But like, it's fine until it's not fine. And that's how they're choosing to manage this. And that's fine. And I think the big thing that most investors are sleeping on the supply side on all this is Iran's got more say than we're being told. And that's been the case the whole time. And it's still the case. Hormuz will open when Iran wants it to open, not when the U.S. wants it to open. And so if that's the case, you've got, for the industrial metals, the demand side, we've got a pretty good read on, right? I mean, it's not like these companies raising all this money in NASDAQ are going to be putting the money into, baseball cards or Knicks tickets. They're going to be buying copper. They're going to be buying industrial metals to build out infrastructure. And at the same time, we've got a supply situation where Hormuz isn't going to reopen. And it's not going to reopen until Iran wants it reopen. And so, that's a good situation for industrial metals, in my opinion.
Luke, what's the biggest risk to the stock market right now?
I think the biggest risk to the stock market is the bond market. It's the fiscal situation of the U.S., Japan, Korea. Like, I think one of the biggest things people aren't talking about. We've been highlighting it all year, and it looked really smart in January and February and through most of March, and it's looked really dumb April and May, and looked smart last week. But if you look at the 10-year Treasury yield of the United States, you subtract out the 10-year JGB yield, and then you compare that to the dollar yen, they've completely diverged. In other words, higher relative yields in Japan are weakening the yen, not strengthening it. That same thing is happening in Korea. And that same thing is happening to America relative to the yuan. The higher U.S. yields are going relative to Chinese 10-year yields, the stronger the yuan is getting. So Japan and Korea are acting like emerging markets, and that's a big problem. And the United States is acting like an emerging market relative to China. China's, the yuan throughout this whole episode, contrary to what everyone's been saying, is acting like the reserve currency, not the dollar. The yuan's risen throughout this whole Iran war. So while U.S. yields have gotten more attractive relative to Chinese yields. So to me, the bond market, and specifically Western sovereign bond markets, are the biggest risk, which is to say, we had a midday move of 10 basis points in the 2-year on Friday. I mean, that was like, whoa. I think we're heading towards a place where, we wake up and in a 2-3 week span, we see the U.S. 10-year Treasury yield go from 4.6 or 4.55, where we are today, to 5.5 in a week, or 2 weeks, or a month, or 4.5 to 6 in 3 weeks. And that's going to be stopped there. They make no mistake. They will not let it move beyond that. They will make the choice. The dollar gets hit, QE, it'll be some other reason. But the markets aren't going to go up, in my opinion, at a time when, that type of yield move happens. And so for me, it's a tough tactical move to to navigate through. But yeah, in a world where you can get a 10 basis point move in the 2-year on a random Friday, 4 hours after the jobs report, which, that to me is, I think, those types of bond market moves, I think, are the big risk to the stock market.
Yeah, as I was taught really early on as a trader, they're like, when the bond market moves quickly, everybody notices. Bottom line, up or down. And so we'll end it there, Luke. Can't thank you enough for being here with us on Monday morning. Always love your insights. Thank you so much for joining us on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on. It's great seeing you both.
Chad, hit that like button. Luke's the man. He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's great.
He's super smart, and he speaks right to you. And I understand his stuff, which is, I don't understand everybody.
He explains things very well.
Yeah, well, I understand you, though, Shai.
Oh,
Final thoughts going into today's trade.
Yeah, again, I feel like I say this every day, but, it is still a headline-driven market. We've got CPI on Wednesday. That's actually supposed to come in at 4.2%, up from 3.8%, which would be a huge move, and that may freak out markets a little bit. So just be aware, we've got a lot of things coming up this week, and it'll probably be a two-way tape for sure.
Got it. All right, Shai. Thank you so much. We'll see you in chat. Pharm, what's up?
Morning, Deli. How we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing great. Trying to get settled into the new house. We are nowhere near settled, but we at least got furniture moved in and are staying here now. But I'm sure you know how that goes. It's going to be a many weeks process for sure.
Oh yeah, no, you're ordering takeout for every meal. You're, sometimes those are pretty fun weeks though. I mean, there's a lot of work, but moving sucks in general. But it's kind of, again, it's the time where you're ordering food, you're kind of hanging out, you're a little tired, but you're all together. So that's fun sometimes.
That's right. Welcome to Black Monday, right? I mean, everything's going the wrong way for that, but golly, I was really looking forward to the crash I was promised.
Yeah, let's go to the charts. Let's take a look. I've got a couple things to talk about, I think. I keep things pretty simple. So I look at the year-to-date VWAP in the NASDAQ, and it's just one of those things every year from the beginning of the year. I look at 1, 2, and 3 standard deviation moves to see where we are. You and I, if you go back towards the beginning of April, end of March, I said we were 3 standard deviation below it. I remember I was actually long NASDAQ there. Too bad I didn't hold it. But again, got up to 3 standard deviation here at the end of May, middle of May, grinded higher. You started to get Bollinger Bands to get a little bit flat. You get below short-term moving average, 8, 9, or 10. Take your choice. And then you pull back into what I think is going to be a key support going forward. And it's also my beacon area, which is 28,000 roughly, and the NASDAQ is 1 standard deviation above that VWAP. And why does that matter? Because anytime markets stay in a steady trend for the year, if they hold above that 1 standard deviation, we tend to just keep trading. The 2 and 3s are always like, yeah, we're getting a little extended. It's hard to be short. Now, when we get in here between the 1 and the 2, I always look at it and go, you're going to be pretty volatile. And if it can hold the 1 with everything moving higher from the left to the right, also coinciding with, like I said, my levels, which comes in at 28,000, roughly 100 in the NASDAQ and 28,450 for the standard deviation. To me, this is a big area for the NASDAQ. If that holds, I think we continue to just grind higher. So from a big picture perspective, I think, once again, we do almost all the selling in a day. We get near targets. Now, the question is, will it continue this week? We'll see. But I think I really do think that majority of the selling is probably behind us. Sure, we could go down another, I think, 1,000 points or so here in the NASDAQ, which is, I don't think, that much. And remember, these levels will move up. The standard deviation will move up. So I think that this market, that's a key area for me to watch. I think, if nothing else, you're going to have a two-way volatile tape in here between the 1 and the 2, which comes in around 30,400. Let's call it to 28,400. So, and that 2,000-point window, I think, is going to be pretty volatile for NASDAQ. S&P, it's again, my beacon level, which comes in at 7,300, is also the 1 standard deviation. And so 7,300 for me is huge. To me, that is the level in the S&P to lean on. If we hold that on the big picture, I think we keep going up. I think we go back up to all-time highs. If we fail to hold there, I think it pulls everything back down. Man, I mean, I think the markets get really, really busy to the downside if we don't hold 7,300 in S&P. So again, I'm a little bit more big picture guy these days. And so for me, when I look at Friday pulled us back into trend. It's a mean reversion. It's not reversal of trend. I think we were just in mean reversion, and there still might be more of it. And those are the key levels for me, 28,450 in NASDAQ and 7,300 in S&P. As long as those hold in the coming weeks, I think we keep going up. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I'll start a little bit big picture as well for those that missed last night's show, in which case we will all meet at the Septive Baylor for your Walk of Atonement. But I mentioned both ES and NQ. This was October 10th of 2025. Friday was. It was very, very similar, both in the setup that got us the liquidation break, and then also the location at which we held. We tagged on Friday, which obviously has held thus far. A big spot. You can see this range that I had squiggled on the chart last night, and we held the bottom, and here we are coming back up sort of towards the top of that range. So, as horrible as things look, absent, direct downside continuation, which you never know if the liquidation event is over or if it's not over. So best to just react, right? Instead of predicting. But absent a clean downside break of what is, effectively a range low, probably going to go higher. And even more reason to go higher given Friday's structure. I won't do NQ on this, it's the same thing. But 28.8 basically was, kind of effectively range low. On NQ, same kind of a deal. I will say, just big picture, you mentioned 7,300. I absolutely agree. I've got another trapdoor set at below 7,300. You probably see 72 in a flash, and then some risks there. But broadly, if dips are bought 7,300 to 7,350, give or take, and we're not clearly losing this range and offering it from below and making lower lows and lower highs below there, then this can be okay. And it might have just been a one-day snap liquidation event. Again, they're not usually done in a day, but sometimes they absolutely are. And we saw what happened after October 10th. We just sort of grinded into new highs. That's certainly possible here. The flip side of that is that, let's just say, for example, you're stuck in some kind of highly illiquid swap with a big bank. You probably weren't selling overnight on a Sunday night anyway. So we do need to see what the cash open does, right? Because you can see with these liquidation events, sometimes, the overnight looks good. It's just a relief pop. And then the intense selling comes back in. So I just ask people not to get too biased over some overnight action. because what was always going to happen, I mean, look at the structure of last week's profile. We put in some volume up here, and like some of you are going to call it a P. I'm not going to call it a P because this is not how a P forms. It's not going to necessarily act like a P. Okay, so but anyways, absolutely no structure. I mean, look how thin this profile is here after consolidation up towards the highs, liquidation break, right? Very thin structure, like however many sets of single prints on Friday. It was just absolute insane, emotional, one-sided action. And so what happens, absent downside continuation, you're going to get what I call a structure repair mission, right? We just kind of start floating up, filling in those prices that really didn't put in a whole lot of trade, build out some volume. So really, to me, the relief pop, at least, was no real surprise. And same type of idea on NQ on the 30. If anything, it's even more thin, right? So this 28,800 spot has been absolutely huge for me. Did not quite take those the 2-week balance low off to the left, but still, like, you know, you're generally not selling balance low on the short side. It's generally not the best idea. So that's kind of the big picture. Again, we don't know if the liquidation break is over. And if it's not, you'll probably know pretty quickly within the first hour of the day or so, maybe 90 minutes. It was on Friday. It was the break of the initial balance, which is the first hour of trading during the cash session. That's when things aggressively accelerated. So, you know, if it rolls back over, like, you're going to be able to tell, right? I mean, it was pretty obvious once the IB broke on Friday that, like, it was down only. Very, very firm offer, you know, panicked at times. It wasn't that disorderly, but it was still, like, it was very clearly one-sided, right? So as long as we're in this uptrend, then you kind of got to ride along no matter how bearish you are, right? So these are the situations where it's like you had some horribly bearish day on Friday. So you come in, you're like, oh, give me a pop so I can sell it. And then, like, you sell a pop and you get run over. You sell a pop, you get run over. You sell a pop and you get run over. And you look back and you're like, ah, I missed a really good long. You know, the flip side of that is it's also easy to get really bear or bullish after, you know, an overnight session like this and, you know, buy a rip. And, you know, that's probably not the best idea because they could roll this over at any time. So drilling into shorter frames, this 49 here is probably going to be pretty important to hold at cash. You know, a pullback would not be unreasonable. The 74.23 to 74.30 is probably a little bit more important, I would say, because below there it opens. It probably opens Friday's lows in the overnight low. You know, it's possible we stick save 73.95 to 97 on ES. But as long as this 23 to 30 holds, we haven't seen 78 to 86. I probably would initially look for a long. I'm going to be very cautious up in the 78 to 86. Maybe looking for a short, but, like, again, I mean, you could have been looking to short any of these spots from below, and you can see they all work, but here we are much higher, right? So the session needs to flip into some kind of a downtrend with lower highs and lower lows in order for it to be a short. You need to see high, higher low, higher low, higher low, right? I mean, so we're in a session uptrend. So that's what happens with these structure repair missions. You just float higher. So one of these levels would have to trigger some kind of a downtrend, and cash hours is a perfect opportunity to have that flip. So I would be open to shorting 78 to 86 or a failed push through there. If not, then the IB low and basically the breakdown level was 75.05 on Friday. You know, this 15 to 19 is super key. If you look to the left, it's basically all these prior lows here. And it was a cash hours low from, I guess it was 2 weeks ago now. So that'll be important, but I generally think if 75.05 isn't lost after testing this 15 to 19, that coming back up to 75.31 to 34 is not unreasonable. And, like, at that point, you're like, whoa, you know, why was I bearish? That would be kind of probably the last line of any kind of defense that I would see. So again, if you look back at that first picture I showed, it was kind of a range, 74.78 to 74.86, down to, you know, roughly 73.50, 73.60, those prior weekly lows. And it would make sense to find some consolidation in there before making a bigger decision. So in that case, you'd be taking profits on longs up into this 74.80, let's call it, considering shorts if you have a reason to get short. And you'd be looking to cover those shorts and looking to flip long into the lows like happened on Sunday night. And then see if I can get my NQ chart up. Similar idea on NQ. I think this 339 to 378 was a pretty important reclaim. It did come up. I could have done, I had used honorable mention levels, like 508 to 530, I think I used for today. Just because this 469 to 487 is a very key high time frame level, but based off Friday's profile, you could have seen a little push a little bit further like we have into this kind of thin area here. Again, just riddled with single prints. So any of them can be reactive and roll this thing over hard. But I generally think as long as 339 holds, that's reasonably constructive. But back below there and giving back some of this volume, probably below 257, I think you can see some weakness on NQ, and I'd probably be leaning on the short side if we're cleanly offering 257s from below. Really, again, the dip buy area was down at the low. These are such tricky situations here, and I kind of dark sense of humor, right? So I was basically saying get your reset codes ready on your prop accounts, because it's just one of those situations where, like, if you're bearish and you just stick to it and you don't pay any attention to what the session is doing, you just short it all the way up and look back and realize you missed a good long. And then the same thing can happen in reverse. If this rolls back over and the bid just completely vacates once again, we start popping levels back to the downside. You got really bullish pre-market because of this action, and then you just keep buying the dip all the way down and reset the account, right? So I think you got to be really careful, but snapshot some of these levels if you want. 339 is going to be first on NQ as being key to hold, and this 23 to 30, 49 would be even better to hold for bulls, and then you can get in some trouble below there.
And the good news, Pharm, is that we're in a bull market, despite what many other people may say, and you have a lot of volatility near the highs. Doesn't happen all too often. I mean, you've got a good amount of volatility on the highs. And we're heading into summer. And everybody loves to complain, oh, the market's this, market's that. Listen, there's a lot of opportunities out there each and every day. And again, it's just about, and I've talked about it this weekend, I wrote a post about focus and how you have to be hyper-focused every day, and how the market environments, they do shift quickly. We go from this, auto buy the dip, which you and I joked about, what was that, a month ago, right? And it went on for a whole month, and then all of a sudden, all at once, we fall apart. Now here we are, open things up a little bit. I think for day traders, it's a great market. I really do. I think that there's a lot of opportunity. You just got to stay patient, know what you're looking for. The key is knowing what you're looking for, so when it gets there, you're ready. You're not just coming in there and just actively trying to overtrade this thing, because that's when you're going to get killed. But yeah, man, always great seeing you on Sunday night and here with me on Monday mornings. Enjoy the rest of your week as much as you can. I know you got the move, but like I said, it could be fun. Enjoy it. We'll see you soon.
Take care, Deli.
All right, everybody. Quick look at the tape, and then we will get to Trade the Open today. And we've got Jack and Salma. S&P, it's up 60 points. We talked about this. I think one thing to watch, you have the open for the month, and Pharm didn't talk about that, but the opening for the month in the S&P and the NASDAQ, we talk about that with the candles. I remember when I was on here with Tanya and Salma just a week ago, everything's negative for the month in the indexes, and now you have the opening range for the week on a Sunday night coming into today, the low. And I think we're going to kind of be caught in between there. And like we just discussed with Pharm, a lot of two-way action, a lot of volatility in the indexes. I still think the indexes are where the play is right now. NASDAQ is up nearly 500. You've got metals mixed again. We talked a lot about copper this morning. Copper is that trade that has fundamentals and technicals aligned. So if you like that kind of thing, look at copper and look at micro copper, because the big copper is it's a doozy. Again, bond market's pretty much flat. We've got CPI on Wednesday morning. We know markets will be focused on that, and not a lot to talk about in the currency space right now. Pretty flat, and Bitcoin sits around 63,900-ish in the futures. But all that behind us, in front of us, let's get ready to trade the open with Jack and Salma. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Jack, what's this new look here we got going here?
He's got a
Dude,
stash.
What is happening here?
I spent a week on an island in Canada. I decided to come back looking like I did. So that's what's going on right now with me.
He looks like a Canadian fisherman.
That's exactly what I was doing. I was a Canadian fisherman. I'm no longer a trader. I've decided I'm going to try my effort on the boats up in Canada. And
He's even got the hat.
Yeah, I got. Well, this is for XY. This is Bass Pro Shop. I earned this though. I actually do go fishing. So and I also had to reset my password on my way up to on NinjaTrader. I haven't traded like all week, but I was running a program last week, and so I'm trying to log into Ninja right now with a new password that I already forgot that I set on Friday. You guys ever do that? You get a new password and you like forget it immediately. You're like, I should have wrote that down.
And
You got to
totally
save
on brand.
it in the passwords app.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, the NinjaTrader doesn't save to the password app, the native platform. So I have to go to my passwords app and look what I saved. But yes, that's what I'm dealing with right now. And what do you got going on, Anthony? Good to see you.
Well, good to see you, bud. Yeah, thanks for scaring me in my chats over the weekend as well, too. Jack's really he's a piece of work, and we're not going to get into what that was, but it was really kind of funny. He's Salma. We can't talk about it, but let's talk.
What happened?
Let's talk
I want
with
to
you.
know.
Anyway,
Feeling a little out of the loop here.
Yeah,
All right.
well, everyone's going to stay out of the loop for that on that one, but it was pretty funny. But Salma, you have any positions on coming into today?
Actually, no, Anthony. I was long ES from 420, and I didn't sell until 58. It was a nice 38-point move. Beautiful. I had to secure some profits, guys. I couldn't come on here and keep a 38-point trade on, especially when I have this 61 level here, which is supposed to be the halfway back of the move that we made on Friday. So if you mark your fibs from the high at like 8:30 Friday till this low overnight, you'll get this midpoint here, which is, actually a really weird spot for us to be opening up at. It's obviously a toss up here. But going into today, I don't have too much other than the fact that, the flows are strong. This is the week for the flows to do their thing and keep the market propped up. So I'm keeping that in mind. And my bias for this week will be long bias. I do think we might get that like two-way tape where, shorts might step in. It'll be short-lived in my opinion. I hope Pharm's not hearing that right now because it's not what he wants to hear. But I do think that, the bulls will do their thing this week, especially after a day like Friday. So for me, today and the rest of the week, I'll likely be looking to get in longs and avoiding getting short. If there is a potential short setup, I will just let that play out and look to get in on the pullback to be long. That's really all I got here.
Yeah, I mean, opening range low of the week, but then you have the monthly, which we talked about last week, as I kind of set us up for as I came into your Trade the Open segment. We're still negative on the month. Is that something you're going to watch for as a key area as we get there? Because I think that's going to matter.
I take into account those pivot levels regardless, but no, like if I see a long setup present itself, I'm just going to take it. I won't really I won't hesitate just because we are still red on the month or anything like that. But I do think that seasonality wise, like for the past 3 years or so, for ES, NQ, and the Dow, June is typically a red month. So I think it is a bearish month regardless. But this week, I don't know if Craig spoke about it in the show earlier, but the flows are coming back, and this is the time of the week, or the time of the month, I should say, where the market won't be reacting as negatively to negative headlines. Like we will still continue to stay supported and bid.
And the Nasdaq always seems to be acting more positive to negative headlines than most people think. It is what it is. Jack, do we have your charts yet, or are you still? He's got this.
I don't know what's going on with. I swear I was typing in the right password, so I'm just not able to log in right now. So I got nothing. I got some other things up. I can still talk about markets. I just don't have my charts up. Like I have them other places, but yeah, I do think that was Friday's low was definitely possibly exhaustion related to, gamma hedging into a Friday, and no follow through that Friday low. So as long as we stay above that Friday low, I don't think there's any reason we can't just start floating right back to the upside of these indexes. Definitely gold got a bigger breakdown from like a structural standpoint, I think, on Friday. But I really wouldn't be surprised to see us make our way back up to at least like 3,700, 30,800, I'm sorry, in the NASDAQ here in the first few days of the week. It's that beach ball underwater. You get one day of hard selling. I don't think you want to get too aggressively bearish to the downside. Every single time in this run up, we've seen these incredibly fast moves down. 2 days later, they're straight back to the upside. So I don't want to get too bearish. One day of action to the downside. That was definitely bigger than most. I think it was like the worst day in over a year, but that really doesn't scare me. We're already up 500 points here on nothing. So don't be surprised when you see us up another 500 by the end of the week, or maybe even a couple days.
Yeah, you can't be surprised. I mean, this market it's so much has been thrown at it. And again, what's interesting about these days is that you go in these, and we see it over and over again. You see these grindy, trending markets, and then all the selling is done in a day or two, and then we're right back to kind of where we were. So we'll see if that's the case this week. Couple closing thoughts here for everyone in chat. Have you heard about our newsletter? Hopefully you have. Our newsletter is now live. What I'm going to be doing in a couple of weeks when I get back, because I'm going to be in London next week, I'm going to be driving Kane crazy. When I get back on the Monday show, if you're subscribed to the newsletter, I'm going to pick someone from the newsletter to win. What should we give him, Salma? Should we give him a hoodie? I think we got to give him a hoodie. Right?
Yeah, you can do a hoodie. And I will announce the winners on that Monday. No worries. I got it.
Yeah. Salma's got it. So
I'll do the honors.
You have to be subscribed to the newsletter to participate in the hoodie giveaway that Salma will be calling out with Tanya if she's here. So that does it for me. Jack, glad you're back. What do you got? You got poutine for lunch today? Or what's for
fried walleye? Fried walleye and biscuits.
Got it. Right. That sounds good. All right, everybody. Show some love for Jack and Salma. Hit the like and subscribe. Never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. Also, don't forget you could hit that thing that says remind me so you don't miss an episode. All right, Salma, Jack, I'll see you guys later.
Deli, have a safe flight. Take care. Safe trip next week, I should say.
Safe flight. Is he flying from Chicago?
Whatever, bro. I'm trying to be nice, and they just cut him off. It's all right, Deli.
You didn't even get to respond. I'm going through a potential password reset here. I don't know why my password's not walking. I was logged in last night, so I don't know.
I'm getting major Unk vibes right now from Jack.
Dude, I'm just trying to get more and more on. Not knowing my password that worked earlier last night. I don't understand. But
it's the stash. It's the forgetting the password. It's giving Unk.
I'm telling you, I'm typing in the right password. I was logged into my computer last night, and I got to my desk, and I just wasn't connected, and went to hit connect, and told me my password was wrong. So I don't know what happened, but we're gonna.
You got 19 minutes to figure it out if you want to take a trade.
I'm going to log in a Tradeovate and see if it lets me log in with what I just reset it to.
You got caps on or anything like that?
No, I mean, I work at a computer pretty often. I know what I'm doing. But I'm just wondering if it's something related to something I was doing on Friday. So I was running an automated system on Friday, and I accidentally set 800 orders in 90 seconds, and I kind of got in trouble with the trade desk because you're not supposed to do that. And I didn't mean to do that, but I don't wonder if this is related to that, because then I couldn't log in then, and I don't know. I might be in trouble here. It's just giving me a captcha circle. But anyway, you tell me about the markets. I might just have to pull up TradingView or something if I can't get this going.
All right, well, nothing really too interesting happening here besides the Dow and the Russell and gold really all pulling back here. You got ES and Q still propped up. What's up, chat? Good morning. How are you guys doing? Talk to us. Talk to us while Jack figures out this password situation.
Dude, I'm gonna have to like buy a prop account or something and log in that way.
That actually might work. Yeah, do that.
I mean,
Not that you really want to be trading prop if
I mean, I just
making real
can't
money.
I can't get into my account.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know what to do.
Twisted is back. What's up, Twisted? Yeah, I haven't seen you in the chat in quite a while. You're Jamaican, baby. You already know I took a trade this morning. Sure did. Oh, thanks, dividend. So I got to tell you guys, screenshot curse is so freaking real because I was in this trade. It was like, I don't know, I was 2 points away from my TP. So, of course, I had the brilliant idea of let me screenshot this and post it in Discord. Screenshot it, post it in Discord. I kid you not, guys. It comes 2 ticks to hitting my TP and then pulls back. I sat there in disbelief, like, no way, I just jinxed myself. But then obviously it worked out. So, but yeah, screenshot curse, so real, and I'm done screenshotting stuff. It's like MM's no. Yeah, Casto, anyone can join for sure. Screenshot only your trades which are underwater. How does that help?
Because that'll reverse against you.
All right, we'll try that. We'll try that on a red trade.
Try
that.
All right. I think it might be just buying a prop account real quick, just at least temporarily. What?
Yeah, even you, Fractal. Yeah, it's like I honestly don't understand why the screenshot curse is as bad as it is. Oh, Jack, are you going prop firm route?
I might be just to log into my account. I just don't feel like messing with it right now. I just seem to not be able. I mean, I literally just reset my password, typed it in, and it's
Not working.
telling me I'm making too many attempts. Who wants to give me a take profit trader discount code? Who has one?
No, go do Lucid and then use code Salma OGS. It's the only way to go right now.
Oh my gosh.
See, even chat is telling you to do it.
No, someone just give me a code.
I just gave you a code.
I'm not switching websites. All right, you're not going to help me out. I know.
Wait, they have a 50% off. They have a 50% off promo if you haven't used them yet.
Give it to me. All right, there we go. What is it?
Salma OGS for Lucid.
All right, thanks for your.
And then you get two accounts 50% off. Yo, Gianni, you're such an op. Why would you use that one?
I just want to log in via a prop to see if I can actually connect from my live on the back end. You know how you just like get in Ninja?
Yeah.
And you can like configure. Let's see if that works. Okay.
Dun dun dun. Wait, let's see. What data do we have today? I'm not seeing anything too important. Yeah, Stop Hunter. No, I'm not seeing any data, and it likely this might be crazy to say, but it could be just a trending day if we keep this up.
These captchas are getting harder and harder.
Yo, I hate those things.
I'm like, I don't know where the bicycles are. It all looks the same. Let's see, this looks like it might work. Final tomorrow, Salma. Are you ready for it?
Not really, but sure.
Have you been practicing?
Yeah, every trade I take, that's my practice. I just hope that it's not like last Tuesday. Last Tuesday was a bit tough, I feel. The price action wasn't the best.
There was like decent range.
Like it was good. It was good off the open until I think like 11, and then from like 11 till 3, it was just straight up chop sideways.
Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't really looking, but I popped in.
Yeah. I guess Apple has an event today.
Oh, do they? No.
Yeah, those events never tend to go well. I also have a ton of options positions that I need to check on and manage when the market opens up.
I got charts, but they're delayed for some reason.
All right, YM is at the 30-minute 9 EMA here. See if it holds this level.
All right, we're about to just see if we can wait. Take profit. You can only hit the profit target in 2 days, right?
I have no idea. But I'm sure they have a pass in 1 day account.
All right. Well, I'm about 3 minutes away from getting everything set up on that, I guess.
Wait, someone's saying TPT is 5 days.
Oh, okay. Well, I think you can hit 50% of your total profit though in a day. Like I think and then you gotta like, you can, whatever you call it, like you just take a trade and then do nothing.
I'll just enter and exit just so it can count.
Yeah, just like a round tripper. Just a good old round.
Well, that's kind of lame.
They want, you know how it goes.
That sucks.
You should have gone with Lucid, apparently.
You still can. It ain't too late. Well, I mean, Lucid does have an account that you can just pass right away in the same day and then activate the funded.
I mean, I'm just trying to get charts on my screen right now. This seemed to be a solution temporarily, and then I'll figure out what's going on later.
Oh my God, guys, can't make this up. Jim Cramer goes still like an apple. Yeah, that event is gonna be sell the news. RIP. RIP.
Oh, come on now.
Well, we're getting a pop here across the board. Good eye, Sil. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't mark out NQ's halfway back. Let me do that now. I see it above its halfway back. Good morning, man, dude. Hi, Larry. How are you? Thanks for wishing me a great day. Same to you. Hopefully, it's a great day for all of us.
Gotten a little bit of success here. I've been able to log into my TradeAvate account somehow, but
That's good.
yeah. But I got this
So,
Lucid account up, and I got no live data on it, or not Lucid.
why do you need that? You can just log into the. Where are you trying to log
I'm
in?
trying to just get data. Like I can't log into my live account, and you know, sometimes there's just problems, and I have no idea where they come from. It's just one of those days. I'm just over here clicking on images of buses to try to like get through this. It's
You're like,
really
I'm not a
confusing.
bot.
It's really confusing me. But I did get in. All right, I'm just gonna shut this whole thing down and reload.
You have 4 more minutes until the open.
They're not gonna open it without me.
Better figure it out.
Wait, we have to wait to open the market. Jack can't log in.
Production, there's a mistake in that message. I'm right here.
You do a good Kermit voice.
Wait, what?
Yo, yeah, I just said that.
Yo, you said that? You
Yeah,
said that, and then someone else goes, "You have a lovely voice, Salma."
that person clearly likes Kermit.
Kermit.
Okay, I think I'm in. I have no
All
idea.
right. Oh, there you go. You have to, when you log in to TradeAvate, you have to accept their terms and conditions, and then that will give you like what you need.
I mean, like I've never done that before. Like I'm telling you, like I don't feel like I did anything wrong. I do this every day. You know what I'm saying? It's not like today's the day where I'm not going to accept the terms and conditions. Alrighty.
Listen, I'm just a messenger. I'm just relaying what the chat is saying.
Well, I'm definitely not looking at the chat right now, but I will be in a minute. Just have to solve this, and I have to get all my charts on the right account. We will be ready to rock here in moments. You know, guys, we all just go through the same problems.
Let me ask you a question while you're doing that. I don't know
Sure.
if you can multitask, but
I can do that, please.
when you're looking at halfway backs, are
Yeah.
you marking it just from New York sesh, or would you mark it from where the sell-off starts, even if it's like pre-market?
So like Globex session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like anything prior to 9:30.
I will just be aware of where both levels are, because sometimes there's not a major difference and sometimes there is. So I just treat them as separate support and resistance levels. Like, you know, they could be 100 points, 100-point difference, realistically.
Yeah.
Right. So if they're right next to, like, the high right now in the NQ this morning is my handy dandy midpoint, my indicator. It is 29,601 half, and I mean that's right up on where we just sold off from. So, all right, I am ready to share my screen. Let's see if I'm resume. I figured out by the open.
Yay! With 30 seconds to spare.
Dude, how crazy is that?
I knew you could do it.
I had literally just dropped my daughter off this morning, and then I got a text from Saab, and she's like, "Can you jump on?" I'm like, well, it's fun on doing it anyway, but they're just in a different location, so I can make it happen. Anyway, chat. Now that I'm
We're literally at the open. That's great.
there we go.
Good timing.
Now I'm still doing a couple things on my charts here to just get them prepared for the action.
Yeah. Onyx, are you asking me about that indicator?
Right.
I don't know if Jack has that on his chart or something.
What's the question?
Okay, yeah. They're asking me about the indicator I have on. That's an indicator I created. I can drop the link in the chat or for production to post it. Damn, YM is just going.
YM was like, I saw really strong last week. Maybe I'll trade that here.
Yeah, last week it was the only one not selling off as heavy. I think we only closed like -1% on the day, while obviously, NQ closed -5 or close to -5.
Didn't really get a chance to do my analysis this morning, to be honest, where I'm like kind of looking back at it. So,
all right, there you guys go. Link is in the chat for that indicator if anyone wants key levels. Okay, we're already seeing divergence off the open here. You got the Russell drop, dumping. You got the YM pushing. I hate these opens.
tell me why.
Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache.
No, I had the wrong lyrics.
I think it's heartache.
I said party.
Jeez. The
Got
Dow
my-
with the Ripper.
You know what they call me?
Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper.
Don't think that's a good name, buddy.
Wait, why? Why?
You might want to look him up, see what he's famous for.
Oh no! What did I get myself into? I thought it was a stock trader. No.
Sure. Sil, I don't have the indicator for NT. I can work with them to get that on there though.
Look at you. Look at you,
I mean,
Pikachu.
it's just some key levels. Nothing crazy.
Key levels. All right, I got my first limit here at 29,442.5. Don't you dare front run me, people. Let's see what we can hold in the ES.
Oh, it's coming down. It might do it.
It best be. I need
It might do it.
my fix.
Dividend Cake, are you long YM? Because I feel you're the only other person in here that trades it with me.
What is this date? Well, getting close. You need it. Yep. Coming in quick. No.
You're in, right?
Yeah, I just got
Nice. Oh, you know what we don't have, Jack? We don't have your tracker.
Oh, yeah, let me get that going here. I do not like I hate getting filled in the first 5 minutes though. So
Yeah.
I'm not about this trade it. Indicators.
I shall wait.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll look for ES down at like 28-30 area. So I can somehow get saved here in the next 5 minutes.
Wait, so did you end up logging into your live account or TPT?
Oh yeah, I'm in my normal account.
Oh, okay, nice. You figured it out.
Yeah, we'll have to tie that one in earlier or later. Once I could log in on TradeAvate, I attempted to log in on Ninja again, but I logged in on Ninja with take profit, and then I don't know. I was just getting a CAPTCHA circle. They're just like too many password attempts. I'm pretty sure this is the right one.
All right, well, glad you're back in. That's good.
I'm gonna load the chat now. Chat, good morning. Oh, Salma, I don't know if you saw my tweet, but because you
About what?
about Jalen Brunson went to my high school.
Oh, I did see that, but I was like, I think I was at the gym or something. You said that last week.
Yeah.
I was at the gym and I kind of I was like, oh, I'll get back to this, and then I never did.
That was for you. It was for you.
He graduated with you?
No, he was younger than me.
I was about to say, what?
He was my brother's age though. But yeah, I think if I remember correctly, also any Chicago fans out there, a guy named Stacey King just passed away. I think he was a coach for at least a period of time. We had a bunch of kids whose either parents were I don't know, athletes, I guess, or like Jalen Brunson's dad was in the NBA, and then our coach was like an old NBA player. So pretty decent team.
Yeah, that's actually really cool though.
But yeah, R.I.P. Stacey King.
So does this mean you're a Knicks fan?
I am a Knicks fan. I got more friends in New York than I got in San Antonio. I don't know who lives in San Antonio.
Oh yeah. I don't know either, but everybody was so confident last week that the Spurs were gonna win. Good luck coming back at MSG.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I know a whole lot about basketball, but definitely seemed to be more of a competition than people were anticipating. But then I also saw some statistics that the Knicks have outscored their playoff opponents more than any team in history. So
Yep. Their
That's
point
pretty-
differential is insane.
for all you Canadians, I'd like to let you know I love your country. Any Canadians repping here? The speed limits though on your country out of control. Out of control slow. Like you'll be doing it'll be 60 kilometers, which is basically like 40 miles per hour in a area that in my opinion should be a 55. There's nobody around. I'm like, what is this communism? Why are we going to slow? Getting a little bounce here. Might get my first target off. Can he get lucky? Takes a week off. Fiddles with his fingers for the first 30 minutes. Can he get lucky? I'm going to just totally jinx myself. I should stop talking.
Are you looking at the Dow? This is one disgusting wick. If
No,
I've
but
ever
you
seen
know
one.
what? I like here. I just pulled it up. Oh wow, it's just kind of a ghost move. That is a nasty.
That is
I need to
disgusting.
find out where the base of that YM is. I don't even know where to. We ran right up in the midpoint of the prior day. 51,293 is that midpoint. You push higher here. 940 coming up around the corner. It's gonna make or break this trade for me. Let's see here. Yeah, I'd like to wait to see it. Down needs to get below like 50,900 right now for me to take interest at this point in structure.
There's straight manipulation on this candle here for the Dow.
Oh, that's all the market is now, don't you know? Don't you know?
Don't you know?
Don't you know? I'm gonna be talking this entire 30 minutes as if I'm Canadian. Don't you know?
30 minutes.
Oh yeah, it's longer than that. I forgot. Losing track of time already.
You can't leave. You ever watch Bronx Tale?
I'm getting called Juan Gleason in my own chat. It's hilarious. What would you say?
I said, have you ever watched The Bronx Tale?
The Bronx Tale? Yeah.
Yeah, you know the one scene where he goes, now yous can't leave. That was my reference for you.
I'm stuck here now.
You're stuck till 11.
We'll run it. We'll do it. We'll do it live. I'm glad I'm prepared. Sometimes Mondays, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes Mondays I like sleeping. I'm like, you know what? There's really probably nothing going on off the open. I'm just gonna chill and let the market do its thing.
Well, it's a good thing you had to drop your daughter off.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes responsibilities prevent me from sleeping in. Trading with good sleep is better than late in the day.
I couldn't tell you the last time I missed the New York Open.
Yeah, who's Jake? I don't know any Jakes. I'm Jack. Why did I pick that entry? So if you look to the left of my screen, you see this is what I've referred to as just a breakout retest. So you got this blue bar, which is kind of hidden by my point box or whatever you want to call that thing. And then this white line is a code I wrote, referred to as a leg start, which is just the beginning of a move. So it's just like my overall bias is bullish here. And this is the first and most aggressive test of support. Yeah, I go by Juan now, and I will only respond to Juan. So if you have any questions for Juan, I can give you a one-on-one private coaching session. All right, first target coming up. Kind of want to bump my second one, but this is my first trade of the day. I don't like to be too greedy. Just get some points on the board.
Yeah, I like this NQ move.
You like it now?
I do.
I like to see, you know what I like to see? I like to see YM sweep out 9 to 9.15 low. There's first target hit. Second target hit, stop moving to break even. Caught that the other day. I got asked to do a strategy session by Shab. She called me. I was like, I'm on an island in Canada. I cannot talk. I have no service. So I got to call her today.
I'm in the middle of reeling in a fish.
I basically was the entire time. I have never caught more fish in my life. All right, so 2 targets off, stop at break even. Those targets are each just 80 some points here. My risk on that trade, I had automated to about $1,000 of risk on that trade. So that was my max risk with, I think the max profit on that trade was, I think, like 20 some hundred. I don't remember. So the contract size was allocated to that amount of risk. But I do still think we could actually, if we pop back down through that low, you know, I'm going to be just interested in near 29,300. So if this trade doesn't go to target 29,300, it's going to be where I'm going to just expect shorts to continue down through. Otherwise, new high through the overnight session, 29,680 is going to be what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm going to give it another 15 minutes, see what we do by 10 a.m.
Where was I? I was in, gosh, if I could tell you, I wouldn't have been there. No, I was in Lake of the Woods, Ontario, Canada. So and I was in Mexico before that. So I spent 6 days in Mexico learning how to fish. And then I took my skills to Canada and 5 days on a boat. I was on an island in Ontario with electricity from generators, not a store in sight. So I could tell you, I forgot basically everything I would have needed to bring. I was completely unprepared just because I had about 2 days between my Mexico trip and my Canadian trip, and my flight I got stuck in Austin, Texas. Or no, where was I? Yeah, I got stuck in Austin, Texas, missed a layover in Dallas. So that just shortened my time frame. So I was all over the place, completely unprepared, fishing in Canada with my dad for a week. Ontario, if anybody wants a great fishing spot, I know Joey does. I might have to keep the sauce from Joey, but nice pump up here. Nice pump. All right, I might start. Yeah, on this move, I might just start trading some smaller time frame MES here. I'll run this up.
You've basically been on a trip before we even went to Miami. You've basically
I've just been tripping, dude. This is
I don't know how you do it.
I know. I wasn't working. I mean, there was no trading. What am I doing here? There was no trading.
Jim, I would count that, Jim. Yeah, for sure.
Where is this? Trucking. I can pull up the array. I just got in. I'm just going to trade a little MES here on the way up too.
I'd like to see the Russell stay above 65 in the next 12 minutes.
Yeah. NinjaTrader is now associated with the UFC, not the World Cup.
That's so crazy.
We got to pick our sports. heard they're gonna make you fight Salma as part of the deal. I wasn't sure if that was been confirmed.
Yeah, no thanks. I'll be a spectator though. Give me some tickets. I'll go. I know Jim is happy about this.
I don't think there's anybody in my weight class or I'd volunteer. Alrighty.
Oh, yes, it's time to move.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if
So crazy. Max Heavens are doing nothing.
yeah, we're about it. If we come back down on these lows, we're gonna probably get down to that 74.28 I'm looking at. I got stop got them break even here on my final bid in the NQ. It looks like I might. Are we saved by the bell? Wow, we are.
So wait, why do you lessen your position in NQ and then go a bit heavier on ES?
Oh, I just took 2/3 off and then just the ES I'm trading like a small, like my setup in the NASDAQ was a little larger, like as far as the time frame I'm taking it versus I'm looking at a continuation setup here in the ES. So like I'm trading a 1 minute chart in the ES right now, just expecting like if this low does make, so I'm trading lower risk because the position like it's just much smaller targets. So I'd risk $500. I risk $500 on this ES trade versus 1,000 on the NQ.
That makes sense. It's smart.
Yeah, because it's just, you know, if the final target, my final target would be bigger, and then I'll just take the next ES trade. So I'm just looking to trade the smaller time frame in the ES, the 1 minute, like while we go back and forth. If we can actually move, if we can go, if we're just gonna consolidate here, then there's really not going to be a whole lot for me to do. But yeah, that's it.
Makes sense.
The speed limits in Canada are designed to keep you from dying when you hit a moose. This is a risk I'm willing to take. No, we're driving my dad's car, and he's got big SUVs. So actually, I don't know how big. I mean, I never really seen them. I probably have seen a moose, but not like super close. I definitely know they're large. No mooses in Chicago. Maybe at the zoo. Actually, I don't even know if we have them at the zoo.
Is it mooses or meese?
I think it's meese.
Such a weird word.
No, it's definitely moose. But do they keep mooses in zoos?
Wait, it says no, meese is not the correct plural. Okay, so it's
This
just
whole
moose.
time?
Moose is plural for moose.
Moose is plural, huh? Oh man, all right. I got taken out break even on my final third of NQ, but see if this ES can get moving. Otherwise, if NQ picks back up again, I'll look for another entry.
I like that NQ is still holding that 473 level. That's what I have as the halfway back.
73.
Yeah, if you draw it from, hold on, what time is this? You draw it from 8:30 to Friday lows. That's what you get. That's what I got at least.
Do I take this trade again with the same setup? Yeah, looks like we're gonna go. All right, let me just step back in here a little more aggressive.
Yo, Jack, where were you on Saturday?
Why? Who's
And
asking?
who were you with?
Who's asking?
Someone in chat said that they saw you on Saturday, but they didn't come up to you.
That must have been I was either on a boat or at a bar. At Naya.
Busted.
Such a beautiful lady. Wouldn't call her ugly.
Yo. I literally cannot with you. Oh my goodness.
I'm here to entertain myself. I'm dead. I want to send her that picture. That is so funny. That's getting screen chatted.
Tell her to not tune in and listen to what you just said.
No, she got her own job. She got her own job.
All right, good move on ES so far. This is good.
All right, hit my first target in ES here. Let's see if I get the second. Might have to, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get this NQ to fill back in, but we'll keep pushing. Second target, ES coming in. What's up?
I kind of went along the Russell here, but we have 5 minutes till 10 a.m.
Kind of a
Might
nice
just wait.
hold there on YM too. I mean, just back to the scene of the crime kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just such an ugly. I hate that the wick is so. It's too large, too large of a wick. We got an edge alert. What is it? The Bitcoin driving up towards Friday's highs at 64.85. Nice.
Oh wow, 5% move. All right, might get this fill in the Nasdaq, but if we don't hold here, we're moving into that 9:55 time frame, which is always like a pretty important time frame for me, where I think we begin to move. 9:45 and 9:55 are like two levels that if I can get, my support levels of trade on those time frames, I really like it. But so far, just on this sideways, that's I like about when I go to break even, like I take two off and run it to break even. Like, I don't know, we'll see if I get taken out on this ES, but I've taken 2/3 of the trade off. So what would normally be, a trade I'd make no money on, at least I am able to capture a little bit.
That was good management. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, that just, that makes a difference in when you have a choppy day and you lose money versus you have a choppy day and you're slightly above break even. You're not going to like crush the cow, but let's move this stop up here. I don't need that below that low. It does look like we are getting a little weaker, and if we do, my levels below are going to be 28.75 in the ES and 29,290 area. I'm going to set ES up for that setup if that's what ends up.
Also, gold looks ugly.
Yeah, what a smackdown that thing had on.
All right, 2 minutes till we get this 4-hour candle close.
Yeah, so now I'll bump my risk up on this ES trade just because if we do pull down, it's a bigger level for me. We're just going right through this.
See, I don't want to short though, even though like the 4-hour on the Russell looks like the way it's printed right now.
I mean, this structure break in here, I mean, I definitely think I think you have like a two-sided option. I mean, I
Yeah.
this is that morning support failing. I would. It's just like, okay, where's a bigger continuation to be for me? Like if we run lower into higher time frame supports first, like I want to take those. But if we kind of hang out up here and then pop up into a short,
Yeah, like the 4 hour does not look good on the Russell. This is something I would look for if I wanted to short. But like I said in the morning, this week is not really a week I want to take these short setups. Want to look for pullbacks to long. So
I'll short the NQ and go long the ES and be right on one of them.
hey, that's one strategy.
Let's see, we're coming into this a little quick here.
Even 4 hour ES looks not the best.
29s. I mean, I still see us balancing down here. I'm not overly convinced on a major breakdown unless we really see some selling through like 29,250.
I'm with you on that though.
Yeah. I think it's going to be two-sided. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy. If there was going to be a crazy move, I would bet it was an upside to the upside. You see here, like we can't get any continuation on here. No, I don't want to do that. Dude. All right. We got some orders in here. We'll see. Had a couple limits below. Give him a shot. How was fishing? Fishing was great. I caught, so first day we were there, my dad, I mean, if you guys know anything about fishing or what a walleye is, my dad caught a 27.5-inch walleye day one, which was like his personal best. So he was happy about that. We caught, I think, 55 total, mostly walleye day one, day two, 53. Day four, 100 plus. It was like 102. I mean, when it gets that high, it's like plus or minus two. I don't, you can definitely lose track by a few points. But most fish I have ever personally caught in that period of time. Didn't even get a full fill there on my MES. Too many of you all following me. Got 8 of my 12. Let's see if we can come back down. But yeah, a really great time.
So what do you guys do with the fish?
So there's a couple things. So one, you can eat them there. It's called limits, which there's slot limits. So you can only keep a certain amount of fish like per size. So for walleye, they had to be either under 17 inches or over 27 inches, because in between that size are like the breeders per se, or the really reproductive fish. So a 27-inch female walleye produces 3 times the amount of eggs than I believe like a 20-inch fish does, or somewhere along those lines. So you want to keep those like, reproducing in the environment. So you're allowed to keep 2 of those a day, and we typically eat them. But you catch so many, and so if the limit, the biggest one you can keep is 17 inches, and you catch like one that's like 16 and a half, you're like, all right, decent, like this is the good one. But so yeah, I keep like 2 a day, and then there's some species that like most people aren't interested in keeping.
Wait, so like, I mean, this is a dumb question. You guys are on the boat. Where are you cooking them? Or you just bring them back with you?
Good question. No, I mean, so some people have grills on their boat. We did not. Geez, I didn't even get a full. I'm going to move this target up here in the MES. Just
I longed the Russell.
Bottom tick that. Bottom tick that, baby. Nice. Let's see if we can go from here. But so we do what's called like a shore lunch. So this where I'm at is there's just like thousands of islands. I mean, you would get lost without a GPS, no question, completely lost. And you just pull up, and you can like bring like a gas grill and just fry them up right on the shore. Some people, I mean, we didn't have a boat that fancy, but some people got grills and stuff on their boat. But it's nice to just get off the water for a bit, or you can head back to the lodge, depending on how close you are, and cook them there.
That's cool though. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's it's just like for me, like I grew up fishing with my dad. It's like great bonding time, like really no distractions, no cell service. And if you're, I mean, a lot of people don't like fishing because they've probably only been in place fishing where you don't catch anything, and I don't think that's too much fun either. But if you like the outdoors, you can enjoy some decent quack. This was definitely like where we were. I would call it like some of the easiest fishing I've ever done. Like there's some fishing that requires like more technical capabilities. Like you got to like feel the weeds, you got to know how to like move the lure. But this was just kind of right under the boat, set the hook. When you feel the fish bite, it was pretty easy. So my mom was like, "I want to go next year." I was like, "All right." They ain't exactly luxury living. No air conditioning. You wait till that sun goes down before you get the temperature you want to sleep in, kind of deal, because they run everything off generators. But it was a really good time. Seasoning. So you can do. We just did like they call it short lunch, just fried walleye, just as unhealthy as it gets. Nothing, but you can do stew. Honestly, I mean, it's so fresh. You can just do pepper and lemon and throw it in some tin foil over a grill if you want. Coming back down here.
PA is price actions playing games.
Yeah. Welcome to the market. Welcome to the market.
Do I do farming? User, I'm not really sure what that means.
Sim farming, or what do they call it? Payout farming. What's it called?
Is that what he's talking about?
I don't know. Dutch bunch farming.
What are we talking about here, guys?
I mean, I don't know. Salma's a farmer. Do you own overall?
Did we just lose Jack? Or did we lose me? Who did we just lose?
What just happened?
You just froze.
I know. I was gonna say that target didn't move. I don't like when my orders turn orange. I get scared. What's going on? Because if we fill that whole position, I don't want.
Jack, you scared me, Jack.
Boo.
I thought you were gone.
I'm back. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
NQ Maverick says, we talking about Christian Dior's and Nixon for. Have you seen that video?
Which one?
Some kid goes, my mayor is Muslim, my bagels are Jewish, my Christian's Dior, Nixon for. It was so stupid. It was
Nixon
just
for. Oh my god.
Like Knicks fans go crazy with like the sound bites and the videos and stuff. So funny. I'm assuming that's where NQ Maverick got it from.
Mosquitoes weren't too bad. I mean, definitely had that spray at night, but like during the day, I mean, it's not. No, I did when we were cooking ashore one time. There was some freshly laid bear poop, and I was a little.
Oh, that's
confused.
nice.
Yeah, I was like, we're like cleaning fish, like literally fish guts. I'm like, is this a good idea? Like that bear has to be close, that. Yeah, I think the bear just comes around because he knows it's. But I guess the guy's like, oh no, he's sleeping. I'm like so confident. He's like, yeah, he's sleeping. I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, did he tell you? He's like, yeah, he sleeps during the day. I'm like, okay. I believe you.
I added 3 more here to my position.
Yeah, I did not get a full fill on my position here, so I'm going to take this off and then just look for a re-entry. I do think there's a possibility that's maybe a swing low to trade against, but this would have been my first target anyway, and I don't have a full position fill right now, so I'm just going to bank this trade here for 20 points. Talk about a low tick. That doesn't happen often, and usually when I do low tick, I'm like, well, I'm happier that I didn't get a full fill, because if you get a full fill on a low tick, I'm like, it's probably coming back.
Yeah, that was a good bottom tick. Good job.
Never happens. That never happens. But Cosperoni, is that if that's your name? Jigs and Minnows. Jigs and Minnows.
You're reading old chat.
Okay, well, I don't got anything much newer than that, and I'm kind of catching up. I only got top.
Are you on top chat or
Let me
live
go to
chat?
live chat. Live
there
chat.
you
There's
go.
the live.
Yeah. It should always default to live. I don't know why it defaults to top. Like,
I was gonna say mine doesn't default to live.
no, mine either.
What else is going on with these other markets? I haven't really been watching them. Yeah, I don't know. Still looking a little. Yeah, I'd like to see a sweep of the low in the YM and then trade to the long side, but I don't know. That thing's just sideways.
YM is just struggling at the monthly open here at 121. I believe that is, yeah, that's the monthly open. To big level.
Bum, 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 bum.
Come on, pump us.
Yeah, let's go. Give me that 8. So I think I must have had an order for an 11 MES there, and we got filled on 8. I'm going to reload here. I'm going to start being a little more aggressive, anticipating that to be potential low. Let's see here. How far are you going to go? Start. There we go. Come on, fill me. Color preference for the jigs. Pink was working well. Green. Honestly, everything was working, but yeah, no, pink 3/8 ounce. Indicators for the yellow and blue candles. Yellow means the average true range has expanded more than 50%. So 150% of so let's say we're moving 10 points every 5 minutes in the S&P 500, and then all of a sudden we move 15, you'll see a yellow candle. It'll turn yellow. The blue actually, there's blue and then there's like a deep red. And that that's a oscillator indicator I have that I refer to as a trend bar. Jim, I actually thought you used to fight in the UFC. It's that cauliflower ear.
Dude, I pay good money to see that.
Jim hides his cauliflower ear well, but I know he used to be a wrestler. Yeah, we tried fishing for bass with crankbaits, but there was actually so much cottonwood that it actually prevented, it would just clog your line. We gave it like 10 minutes and it was like, this is impossible. Yeah, I didn't see any questions about that, Jordan. I don't know what I have the live chat up here. Yes.
Chat, we got 1,100 of you guys watching. Let's get some likes on the stream. Please.
Yeah, give me some likes for the bottom ticker partial fill.
Yeah, thumb it up for Jack. Jack, who didn't know who Jack the Ripper was.
I thought he was a trader. I mean, it'd be a great trading name.
I don't think so.
I mean,
it comes with a stigma.
Other connotation. Okay, I'm just saying, like, Jack the Ripper, like, not the serial.
I get it. Ripper as in like, you know, markets ripping. Okay, cool.
High flying. Oh man.
All right, that kind of makes sense.
Don't worry, Jim. We can come up with plenty of nicknames for you, buddy.
His nickname, I have a nickname for Jim.
My nickname going into the competition tomorrow, I'm going to change Jack for it. We're going to rebrand this name.
Jim's nickname is Himothy. Because he's him.
Timothy?
Oh, you're such an unk, Jack. This is strike number 3 for the unk
What
status.
is Timothy? Okay. Is this like
Timothy? He's
Timothy?
that guy. He's him. He's Himothy.
Oh, okay.
See, chat knows Himothy.
Dude,
Yes.
I'm not on TikTok.
Well, you should.
I think I'm all right. I got enough going on in my life.
I will say this much though. A lot of people hate on TikTok, but it's all about like your algorithm and how you curate it, like
No, for sure.
your For You page.
I'm sure it's entertaining. I just don't want the entertainment. That's all.
No, but it could be great in the sense of like educational. It just depends on like the stuff that you want to see, right? The algo learns who you are, and then it'll start spitting out like things
All I
that
know
Jack
is
is interested
China
in.
has a different TikTok algorithm than the United States. And if I could get the Chinese algorithm where it just showed me science and stuff, I'd probably be down. But I can't help but to fall into the trap of learning the dumbest things I do not care about, but my algorithm will make me think I do. Like, I don't need to see bum fights. Do I like to see bum fights? Kind of funny. Okay. Do I want to? No. You know what I'm saying? Like, sooner or later, you're just running across dumb content.
Someone go stick to fishing, Jack.
Touch grass.
I don't know. Hide on bush. I don't know if Himothy is a Twitch reference. I just know that it's, just a silly name to say when you're referencing that someone is that guy. This is lame.
They're going to come back and fill my 3. Let's see. I don't know. I'll take this NQ fill, though, at 03s here. It looks like I'm going to get that at least. It really would come like a point away from filling my ES, though. Bummer.
I like the way ES 15-minute closed.
Come on, I can't even get that. Here we go. And we're like, get. Let's see here. Alrighty.
All right, Bulls, what you got?
We'll find out here what the under index. I mean, gosh, this YM is just doing nothing. Might be looking for a washout in the YM. Still, I mean, I got alerts below. I would not want to be in this consolidation. I'm not sure if I want to get long this final bit of maybe we need a retest of that level I got long in the ES, but anything past that, I think the NQ is going to get down to 29,290s if we take this low.
Where's your stop flow day?
For what? Yes,
either one.
And NQ's like right at the bottom of this range. It's 336, and the ES is down at 412, but I'll probably bump that up to 417s if I get filled on this 29s.
I gotcha.
But
I honestly don't want to see us come down.
Still working. Let's see.
Yep, this is good.
Right. This is good. But just
this is really
first
good.
target there in the NQ. Come on now.
I'm starving. What'd you have for breakfast?
Breakfast. Ooh.
I didn't eat breakfast, so
I stopped eating breakfast a long time ago. I eat breakfast rarely. I don't know. Honestly, you're gonna think this is disgusting if I tell you what I do for breakfast when I'm eating breakfast. I take 3 egg yolks, I crack them raw in a glass, I pour milk over them, and
you're
I skim
joking.
like beer. Dead serious. That's my breakfast.
Jack, why did I even ask?
That's what I do. Not a single. I don't got time to cook them. I don't got time to clean them.
Bro, why do people just said same? What is
Yeah,
wrong
look
with
at
you
this.
guys?
I have my people with me. How do you think you get a mustache that's good?
Gross. Raw egg is good. Yeah, 212XO. Something's wrong with you, my friend.
Yeah, that's all right.
Like, what does that even taste like?
Nothing. I mean, you just like swallow it. Just tastes
Are
like
you
milk.
whisking it or do you just keep?
No. I'm just down the hatch. There's no,
Oh my God.
there's nothing involved. It's just crack, boom, crack, boom, crack, boom, milk over it. Whoop. Yeah, you just dump it.
Someone says it tastes like boogers. Why do you know what boogers taste like? Oh, brother. Salma would not survive the caveman days. Yeah, I mean, thank God. God knew to, make me born in this era. I'm grateful for that.
I just do it because it's high in protein. It's like really fast. And yeah, like I don't really like the taste of cooked eggs, to be honest, but I like the protein benefits. So, all right, first target there hit in NQs.
Bro, eggs are so good. What are you talking about?
I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, some people can cook them well. Like, I like a poached egg, but like scrambled eggs, kind of a mess to clean up, to be honest. Like,
Grubby goes, how long does it take to cook an egg? 5 minutes? Like what, you can't allocate 5
do you
minutes
think I
to
got
cooking?
I'm trying to make money, okay? Like the market, do you think I got 5 minutes in the morning to not be trading? When I wake up, I basically like brush my teeth and go to my desk, maybe grab a coffee. That's it.
That's crazy. I give myself
I don't have this like long morning routine. Like rarely will like, I mean, if I'm up super early, maybe I'll do something, but
I give myself 2.5 hours before I have to be on stream to get ready and do everything I need to do. But then I still don't eat breakfast, so
Mr. Ratchet, I would say that's a good analyzation of my trading strategy. I don't really wait for quote unquote confirmation. I just have a trend bias, buy anticipated support levels. Of course, I never know if they're going to work until after. Like, how do you know if trade's going to work until after the trade's over? Like, and then I take targets and so part of my theory is my stop is the same size as some of my targets, and if the market's in a completely random cycle, you have a 50% chance of hitting your stop or your target if they're equidistant. Add a little bit of technical analysis of that, and then just manage the final position. But right now, like we're not. I don't really have a hard bias in either direction, so I'm not going to be stretching targets super high. I'm just taking what the market information is giving me. You can see my targets are fairly like tight. They're not shooting for new highs. There's other situations where you will see me shooting for new highs. That's not the case here. If we got a super hard wipeout, like in a really nice bounce out of a reversal, I could think that'd be a capitulation. That may come later today. That would be it. But yeah, I just basically take positions, take partial profits, pay attention to the speed of the reaction, the move that I'm in.
this is so lame.
I am in Chicago.
The 67 level on the Russell is just being a
Here we
pain in the
go.
butt. $45 for ES.
Okay. I just want to get out of this ES, man. I've been in this ES for quite a while, and I've came like a point away and not gotten a I like that I haven't got filled on my remainder, but I also would prefer to be out of the initial position because I'm maybe looking to reload. I don't got time for cooking. I can cook dinner, or I can close at 3. I really don't got a whole lot to do. I go to the gym, come home, maybe, you know.
You're so lucky that what's it called? Your day kind of ends earlier.
Yeah, well, you got time for breakfast, so I got time for dinner. Good
Not
for me.
really, because I still don't eat it, so doesn't matter. I like this move. NQ's pushing. Good, good, good. Get above 73. Get above 73. Jack, I'm glad you showed up today.
Yeah,
Pretty happy about that.
I honestly, 50% of Mondays, I am not this early at my desk. So I saw soft stocks and I was like, yeah, I'll make it happen. Happy to be here. I need my practice. I haven't traded a full week in like 3 weeks.
So here we go. This is a good start.
I need to practice for tomorrow. Okay. Like I was coming off an airplane at 2 a.m. and then running into a competition at 7:30 last Tuesday. And then I just
screw that.
So I'm excited to actually work for a full week. Like I want to. I'm done with vacation. I'm over it.
Let's go. Let's make it happen, Captain.
Come on, push. Give me those.
Wait, you're on tomorrow too in the morning, right?
Yeah, trade the open back to back, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay,
Make sure you tune in. And make sure we get a thumbs up from all y'all. We're looking at 400. At least that's the number I got with 1,100 of you watching. Thanks for tuning in. I think, I've been working this morning, guys. I've been working this morning. So the login troubles, we were up and running by open. Let's see here. Kind of running.
Go, come on, let's go.
We need to do something here. All right, about to get my second target in the NQ, and then my third is shortly behind that, and then I'll reload. And then I'll look for another one.
I want new highs.
I don't want you guys trading. Geez, I mean, trading before I was able to live off it, man, before I was profitable was 4 years. So, I mean, being profitable and being able to live off it were two different things. I had side gigs for a long time.
What kind of side gigs?
Okay, listen, we're on air right now.
What? That's a valid question.
Okay.
Never mind. I don't want to know.
I delivered pizzas. That's how I first got. That's my job I was first doing when I was, not that I was making a whole bunch of money delivering pizzas, but man, I did it all. All right, got my targets off in both the NQ and ES there. Banked about $1,500 or so on those trades. Gonna look for
nice.
Gonna look for re-entries here. But range trading, I mean, that's all we got right now. Definitely could turn into something else. You take what the market's giving you. Okay. Not trying to be greedy here with that's why I'm taking these short targets. Oh no, I don't want to do that. No, do I want to do that? All right, I think we're gonna run here. Yes, maybe. If we do, we do.
Go, go, go.
I do use ATR stops. It also the ATRs are determined on the time frame of which I'm trading to, though. So I'm just wondering how aggressive we're going to be on this bid. Let's see. Oops.
Okay, YM. He just got out of a long position.
Ooh, come right back in. I feel me again. My goodness. Yeah.
Oh
Quite
wait,
the
you set more limits. Oh, I missed that.
happens quick, Salma.
I know. I gotta pay attention. Sorry, I'm looking at and doing a number of things at one time.
Yeah, I know. It's hard. I lot to pay attention to. Yeah, I'm trained for the long side until proven otherwise. I think I don't know, if we take out highs, I'd be a little more concerned actually at the immediate next long. I'd want to see us take out highs and stay above highs. That'll make me a little more comfortable. No fill. I just that 1 minute candle immediately bid back up there. We dropped about, I don't know, almost 10 points there in the ES in 2 minutes.
Why is Pax tweaking in the chat? What's up, Pax? What should that number be? How much percentage for the bull side right now?
Good morning, Pax. Longest drawdown phase when I first started trading, 4 years. 4 years. Basically, like you're trading small accounts. Like, I mean, you like throw it. I mean, this is also like products didn't exist like they exist today. If you wanted to trade, when I first started trading, you wanted to trade, you had to trade the big. There was no micros. So pretty easy to blow an account when you put $2,000 in there and go try to trade the NASDAQ. But I mean, of course, the markets were smaller than they are now today.
All right, because Pax is in chat, I just moved stops break even.
Oh, Daddy's making you nervous.
Ayo. I also don't want to see this come back down, though. This is at a good point here. It should keep pushing. I know you want to get filled on your longs.
My limit. Now we're trading really aggressive. I mean, I'm not ready. I'm going to give it a 25-minute cycle before I do anything more than this. I mean, we could run up into overnight highs at a 1040. When 1040 rolls around, I'll be more aggressive, but otherwise I'm leaving what I got on there. Let's see, this YM is literally still doing nothing. I am keeping my eye on the ball for a sweep of the low of the day in the YM, just to be one of those liquidity dumps into a potential reversal. And I'll take the first trade only out of a reversal out of the lows if that's what we can get. But let me take a look. I haven't really been watching gold or oil here today. Oil coming in nice out of its low.
Come on, pump it. Damn, ES is still pretty far away from its highs. 22 points. And Q 100 or 80. Come on.
Gold is looking weak. Nice breakdown out of like, I don't know, a failed.
I told you that chart was ugly.
What? Gold?
Yeah, earlier when I mentioned it. Just
huge. I'd love to see a retracement up into like, what level would that be? We could get up to like 4420 zone. I got an alert up there in GC right now. But right now it's kind of nothing for me.
Chat, anybody in anything?
Tax lesson for the day. Do not turn a profitable trade into a loss. You can always put the trade back on, but you cannot get back lost money. That's right. That's right. And that's why you see when I hit my targets, my stop is going to break even. I'm not sticking around to see if I'm right again at the same level. I give it one chance to go. And once it goes, I don't let that winner turn into a loser. I lock in 2/3, my stop, break even.
Yeah, well, he means like as soon as you get in, your stop should be break even. The second you get in.
I mean, I think it depends on the time frame of which you're trading to do that. I know he trades that 30-second open.
Yeah.
At that point, like, we're moving so fast then. But you definitely got to be, you can't just move. I don't think every trade you take, you can immediately move, unless you're super patient for like only breakouts. But I mean, the probability of us trading, I mean, depending how fast you're moving that, if you're moving your stop to break even within 30 seconds, you need a very fast one directional market. Yeah, as soon as it goes your way. I was going to say, as soon as he gets in, I don't know how, as soon as it goes your way, that works.
He goes, are you high? He just marks out those levels, but he doesn't trade on that time frame.
Gotcha. Salma's just putting words in your mouth. I would just clarify.
Yo, I didn't say anything.
You said he puts his stop break even as soon as he gets in the trade.
He does.
No, he doesn't. He just told you he does it only when it goes his way.
See? Oh, guys, let's just bring Pax on. Let's avoid miscommunication. Let's just bring him on air.
Let's let the legend speak for himself. Okay, perfect. Free play, ladies and gentlemen. This is free game you're giving out. Free game.
Can you take me higher?
Oh my God.
Is that somebody from the stream team singing that?
That's Stowe.
Wow. He is a musician. He has to be the lead singer of the band.
I don't know. Jim will have to answer that. He went and watched him live.
Got to be more aggressive now.
Let's go. Pump it. Damn, I almost wish I was copy trading this trade.
Copy trading.
You got to pump it up.
I'm getting aggressive now. You doing it, homie. Oops, wrong button. No, I don't want that. 25.
Come on, give me first trim, please.
There you go. There's the new high, or back up the highs in the NQ. Like I said, we'd rally into 1040. Still got some time left. I mean, my orders are just going to keep getting more aggressive. I don't know if I'm going to get filled, but.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that.
Aggressive here. What'd you take?
Russell Longs off of 65.
Nice.
Just need 2 more points here for first trim. And then I will begin manually trailing my stop on the runners.
Nice.
Let's see.
Here.
Lame.
Hold aggressive.
Oh, there's news. Tracy just posted in chat.
Right,
Crude is starting to push. A tanker is on fire off of the coast of Oman. Crude moving on this.
Great news, apparently. Fantastic news. Tanker on fire, market higher.
Market does not care.
I mean, oil's barely moving, to be honest. Nothing crazy.
It has to get above 92 here for me to even like the longs.
I like that. I like that. We came pretty nice out of the gap fill zone on Friday. I just picked up a very high and tight ES that needs to work faster. It's not going to work at all. Aggressive continuation play. Enough. Could get down to 51.5. All right, what are you doing, Lina? You're still doing nothing.
Nothing still, yeah.
It's crazy.
It's just moving sideways. That was a pretty disgusting wick, though, Jack. You're talking about
Yeah, but like
talking
whatever.
almost 300 points of just a wick.
We're sitting at that 50% retracement from Friday's low to high on that 51,051s is that level. There we go. Yes, first target hit.
Nice.
That push to highs. Just
good stuff.
Right back down.
Okay. We're getting some movement here on the tape. Some more news must have come out.
1040 coming up.
I almost want to trim this here.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Oh, yeah, winning, son? FNT, that's funny.
I am.
Are you winning, son?
All right. Come on. Make another push here.
I know, I'm waiting.
If we stall here, though, I mean, just because we're running into my 5th bar theory here, I might pull off this ES and wait for that NQ.
I'm going to bring stops up just a bit.
I got to go eat my breakfast.
What?
I got to go eat my breakfast.
I'm starving right now.
You know what I told you to do?
I'm never. You couldn't even pay me to do that.
Everyone's got a price. 10,000. You'll do it.
To eat raw eggs, 10,000? Or maybe actually.
You ever had cookie dough? Come on, it's the same thing.
Yeah, cookie dough is banging.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's raw egg.
Drink your breakfast. You're not eating your breakfast, you're drinking it.
Como bebe. A comer.
Come on, just go up. Don't go down.
Yeah.
Go up. Chocolate milk and raw eggs. Yoda. Ugh. See, you got the chat being weird now, because...
Why? Because they're just talking
people
about
saying raw egg and butter.
That's what cookie dough is. Ooh, here comes in.
I don't like this move.
I guess one more. Come on.
This is annoying.
Come on.
What are you waiting to get filled on longs?
Yeah, always. But this is where I said 1040. We're rallying at 1040. That's the only reason I don't like it. But that could just be the pop to flop. But this will be the make or break of this continuation if we're gonna hold this. But yeah, I just got filled on both here. I took a first target stop out on that. Yes. And just got long here. But if we don't continue up from here, we're going to just chop back into this range. And then it's going to be time for me to SOH for some time being.
Sit on hands.
Sit on the hands. Yeah, I don't want to see this go back into range. Because then I'll really just have to wait for something to happen inside of that range. I don't think it'll be a fruitful going into the, lunchtime session. If we're just ranging around, I'd probably look for us to retest lows and then see the action out of that if we can't get a continuation of these highs.
If we lose 70, I'm out. I'm out of Russell. Get stopped out. It's a damn shame, though.
Here's my handy dandy timer. Better set it. Set it and forget it.
Kind of crazy how the Dow's doing a whole lot of nothing.
Came right back down to the bottom of that range there. I mean, it's just been, exclude the first 10 minutes and it's 100. What is it, 100-point range?
Yeah.
Just kind of back and forth. But that's the first pullback right there. I mean, in the ES and NQ is definitely relative strength there in the NQ with the structure holding up towards highs here. Getting up towards that overnight high. ES did not get up there.
Go, 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 go. All right, 15 minutes candle just closed.
Let's go. Let's see if we get this first target off in both ES and NQ. First target hit in ES, first target hit in NQ.
Yo, you're so quick.
Come on, baby. Hey, call me the Minuteman.
Oh, God.
Second target coming up here in the ES. I'm going to move that stop to break even. It's the market. You got to be quick. Really helps with my
ADD. Wait, what did you just fill on both or?
I filled on both. I'm long.
Okay.
There's my second target. 74.44 half in the ES. I'm long 29,538.75. Long in the NQ. First target hit in the ES. Actually, two targets hit in the ES. So my stop is break even in the ES. And if I can get punched through this high, my stop will break even again. And then I'll be sailing. Yeah, they call it the bulletproof coffee, Joe. Bulletproof coffee. All right, here we go. Second target coming up in the NQ. That was a great entry. I like that. All right, we're cruising. We're two-thirds off, two markets, stops break even. Ladies and gentlemen, that'll probably be the end of my show here today.
Bro, thank God. We came 1 point from stopping me out. This stuff never happens to me, guys.
We're ticking today, Salma.
This stuff never happens.
Honestly, I would prefer the market come one tick away from my stop and continue as opposed to getting entered in at the low tick.
I think I would have to agree with you. Yes, me too.
Here we go. Final target here in the NQ. That was quick. 90 points here on this final.
You're getting out of everything. I would hold something.
Oh, I'm just running my strat, dude. I'll get back in. I'm just running my strat. I mean, look, I already got an order for the next trade, but I mean, I'm in the ES still, but I'm taking it off at 66s. We are breaking out here, but day's not over. There's plenty of time left.
Yeah, I'll get another for sure.
I'm just, it's a Monday. I'm just putting the pennies in the pocket. You rack it up early. I want to take off like Tanya. I wasn't supposed to work this morning. I'm gonna go jump in the
at least you get to take off after this. A win is a win.
I'm just trying to win.
Wow, YM is really struggling.
Wow, we just came a tick away from my target. Who did that to me?
Someone in chat says you guys are interesting.
Well, I hope
Thanks.
we're not boring.
I hope interesting in a good way.
Is interesting ever a bad way? Only when you say it. You're interesting. Just insulting me.
What do you mean by that? Care to elaborate?
You're like, you're interesting, but you don't mean it in a good way, Salma. You're just calling me crazy.
Yeah.
See? I don't mind it. It's all right. Can't all be there.
So testing our patience. Come on. Chat, let's get those likes up before Leo and Stowe come in, and then they take credit for the like count. Can we do another 100 from here? Is that possible?
Anyway, I think I've literally hit, I mean, including my multiple targets, like maybe 15 targets today.
Yeah, Jack put on a show for you guys.
Last minute too. Call me the substitute teacher. I always like subs better than the real ones. You don't have to do any work. You're like, so today, kids, we're going to watch a movie. And they roll out. I don't know, Salma, you're probably not old enough to remember this, but they roll out.
Oh, I do remember. I know exactly what you're talking about. Used to get so excited.
Steel cage, that giant boob tube, and play whatever.
Bro, but some subs were so mean. Like, sometimes I'd prefer my teacher to not be absent.
Fair. Try going to Catholic school where they hit you with rulers.
Want to know fun fact?
Tell me.
I was in Catholic school overseas.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Fun fact.
Yes, sir.
How old were you?
It was kindergarten. I was only there till
a newborn.
I was only there till I was kindergarten.
Oh, I thought you said you're like I was a newborn.
No, kindergarten.
What does this mean? You're like 3 months old, like?
No, it's preschool, kindergarten, and then officially came here for first grade. So
nice.
Yeah, they did hit with rulers. Yes, cats.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember like whenever we'd go out for lunch, it'd always be nuns walking around like the school grounds.
You gonna listen today?
No, Fred, I'm not. Salma's been trading since the womb. Dude, I wish I had someone in my life that was financially literate and actually did all this stuff before I found it so that I could have had some guidance. But nope, had to do it all on my own.
Just a self-made woman over there, just all on her own.
I actually hate that term self-made, but like, yeah, I would say it definitely applies.
Right. Self-made, I get you.
It's the same thing as like when people say, I have trauma. Like, that word is thrown around so much. Totally, same thing with self-made. Like, give me a break.
I agree. Like, it then isn't everything self-made. Like, I made myself breakfast. Like, no, for sure. I guess it's just like the connotation of like, you weren't handed anything, you know? But like, at the end of the day, we're all handed something. There's definitely varying degrees of what you can be handed, but we're all handed the gift of life.
Well, like, I mean, I would have to credit my parents 120% of the way for, taking the risk and like moving countries and coming to a place where they don't know the language and they took a risk on themselves and
Respects.
yeah, okay, I'm self-made in the sense that I had to figure stuff out on my own, but like I wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. So can't just,
Humble.
can't just say I did it all on my own. That's not
right.
true.
It's, I mean, somebody took care of you when you were 1 year old, right? Like,
exactly. No, B Hassan says no one born after 2000 in 2026 is self-made. Dude, I was born in 2001 and I could still say I did a lot of stuff on my own. But again, I hate that word. So
yeah, well, you gotta do some things on your own, right? Now, the people who are truly not going to be self-made are when you get implanted with the neural link, okay, and then it just uploads all the information you need to make any decision, and you actually never make any decision. I won't consider those people self-made. That's probably 20 years from now, where they're just
we're a long ways away from that.
Yeah, then we can. Thank you, Trade Paulo.
Oh, that's very nice. Very, very nice. Joe said something nice too. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, like I'll be like, you non-self-made Neuralink baby. It's not going to be Nepo baby anymore. It's going to be Neuralink baby.
But you know what's another thing I hate? I mean, I know we're kind of going on a tangent here, but like another thing I hate is when people hate on silver spoon kids when that is the goal. Like for me, the goal
is that what you want for your children?
Yeah, isn't that why you work so hard so that you can provide for your family?
Your parents were successful. You're a bad person.
Well, I mean, listen, some of those kids are a little bit entitled, and they have maybe potentially crappy personalities that make people dislike them. But like the whole idea is to provide for your family. It is to not have your children worry and make generational wealth and all that good stuff.
You just have less struggles than you did. You don't need to hand them $30 million, but just hopefully put them in a position where they can thrive in whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what your parents did, but in a different way. Like you said, they moved countries, like took that risk, learned a new language, like gave the opportunity to be sitting here and not pumping your own gas and all the other luxuries.
Although I wonder why they settled in Jersey and not somewhere else. It's so freaking expensive here.
Well, I feel like a lot of just anybody who immigrates from different countries, they go to places where public transportation is like readily available. That's why you have like the big cities, because when you come here, you really can't afford a car. So you go to places with that: New York, New Jersey, Chicago.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah. And then there's usually communities of, people from wherever you came from, realistically. Like, I mean, Chicago's got, I think at one point they said it was the most diverse city in the world. I don't know if that's still true,
but. Yeah, I don't know about that, but.
Oh, okay. You're trying to take the cake?
No. I'm just saying there's like so many other places that are diverse with more population.
No, I'm just seeing different nationalities. I mean, there's different ways to measure diversity, right? But like apparently, like there was more Irish in Dublin, more Poles in Poland. Like throughout history, obviously things change. Or not more Poles in Poland, but more Polish people than Warsaw, which was.
I got what you mean.
Man, if we had more Poles in Poland, then everything would just be clean and fixed.
Come on.
I just need this one last bit of my. All right, since everybody told me to hold, we've gone nowhere. Let me just make a note of that. Okay, I'm so
keep holding.
Let me just make a note of that, since everyone was like, "Oh, you just hold for the runner." We've gone nowhere. Okay, we've gone nowhere. More polls than Vegas. Maybe true. Highly unlikely. All right, we have. I'm all out with new limits. What's my go-to pizza? Domino's.
Why do people think I'm from Mexico? Guys, I'm not from Mexico.
I am from Mexico. Look at me. Actually, I got asked by a girl over the weekend. She goes, "Are you Spanish?" I'm like,
she said yes.
Como se dice? Te Lamo Jack. Poro El Baño.
Wait. Say your name again.
Jack.
No.
Como te llamo, Jack.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you said it right. All right. Jack, you're freaking...
And she was Mexican. I was like, no, I'm not, but I get it. Maybe next time.
In another life. Yo.
What's up? Yo, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How yin's living?
Oh, good.
Yins. What?
It's getting on.
Dude, sorry.
Hold
I've
on.
been
Did you
doing
say
so many
yens?
streams with Stowe.
I was gonna be on with Leo. They stuck me with the morning shift. I was like scurrying to get to my desk. I couldn't log in. I had to change my password. I was like, oh boy. But good morning. How did you guys do this morning?
Oh, fine. I didn't do anything. I had a bunch of bugs to fix, so I squished them. Now I'm here. How about you guys? What are we doing? Short?
Long.
Cool.
Yeah, just a bunch of longs. I bottom ticked with a partial fill, the low in the ES, and that was my first trade. And then as we move back, I think that was the bottom tick. I don't remember actually. And then I just took a couple, got out, bought that first pullback at 1040-ish, and I just got out of that in the ES. So I've been having a pretty good morning. I think I've taken about 4 or 5 trades to targets.
Oh, there's overnight high. There we go.
Yeah, I'm holding for another 10 points from here on the Russell, unless obviously I get going to be manually tailing my stops. Trailing. What am I saying?
Salma, was the Dow dragging ass this morning? Is that what was happening? This looks like ES is behind.
The Dow manipulated off the open. It was pumping while everything else was dropping. And then, of course, right before the candle was going to close on the 15-minute, we get this nasty sell-off. So we have this like 300-point wick on the YM. Disgusting. And then up until 5 minutes ago, YM wasn't doing anything. We're moving sideways and now finally cleared its monthly open level and trying to push up. So we'll see what the Dow does.
All right.
Chelsea.
Cool.
Leo, yeah. I tried to fight for this spot that Stowe now has. I was trying to get on stream with you. I was willing to do another hour.
I could have run a double.
Well, Jack was like,
I'm gonna be at my desk for the next hour anyway.
Bro, I was trying to fight for it. I'm like, nah, let me get the hour, and then still got it.
Sav's worried about labor laws. She doesn't want us, work. You're gonna get OSHA called on her.
If you keep working on it, Salma, someday you too will be as desirable as Stowe on screen.
Whoa. Lottie freaking da.
Wow. Hot stuff.
Oh,
all right.
No.
Oh.
Can you try that, Go Stowe? I know you want to do an impression.
Oh, no. It's pretty close.
Not even close. Keep practicing. Oh man. All right, you guys. You guys have fun.
Okay.
Me and Jack will
I mean,
we'll
you can't put me and Stowe on the same show and not have fun, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
So much fun.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be controversial.
I mean, it would have been better if it was you, Salma, but
Yo, fight Sav, bro. She wouldn't. I literally was like, please pick me. And I was hoping Stowe would say, oh, I can't make it or something. So then she would be forced to pick me. But Stowe stepping up.
Sav's looking out for us. All right, we're getting off. Give these guys some likes. Bump it up to 500 for them.
see you, Jack.
Yeah.
See you, Salma.
All right, guys.
Take care, guys. See
Later,
y'all
buddies.
Ciao for now.
Later.
Bye.
See ya. Have I traded today? I did, and indeed, I took shorts right up around here and covered, not in the lows, but I covered it into this move down, and I haven't done anything since. What about you, Stowe?
No. I found a pretty glaring bug this morning, and after I took the kid to summer camp, I had to go squish that bug. But it's squished. And in the process, a new process has emerged that is superior. So
A new process.
I've been pointing my tism at another thing today, but now it's pointed at a chart and a TV show. So we'll see. This day looks like it's pretty annoying. It looks like it tried to sell off and then, I don't know, then just choked. So I guess bear amnesia is back.
Yeah, I'm watching these 750s here. So anywhere in this range,
same.
this higher time frame, there's a massive low volume node that kind of separates this volume down here from this volume up here.
Yep.
So I'm not super bullish, even though it appears to be bullish intraday.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
I got 74.86 also with like I had 760s, but I think that's just the other side of that node. I think VIX woke up at 20 today, so it's something like, I forget what my math is. Anything over 17, I try to shoot for the opposite side of LVNs in NQ anyways, because it's going to be wiggly. Oh, look at this. Look at this guy. This guy's trying to party right now. This guy wants all the lots.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, refresh. Mr. Refresh. Okay. I'll drag that over so the people at home can see. Look at this guy.
He's here.
He's here. He is him. This is Timothy.
Let him cook.
Give me all the bids. All the bids.
He's cooking something. Hello? Now what happens? This guy going to get 700? What's he going to get down there? You guys seeing this at home? Oh my gosh. Reload.
Said more. Give me more.
More.
Give me more.
This is cool. This is a lot.
David Goggins is on the bid.
I started his second book last week. It's just as good so far. It brings me the same joy.
I guess I should read it.
It's cool. Dude, do that audiobook. I love the podcast part.
I can't do that.
All right. Well, I know you don't have time to read books. They gonna let that guy get away with this?
For now.
Well, we missed you on the show last night, buddy.
How did it go?
Oh, good, I think. I was made fun of. The vibe check's partying. Got some people using it. That's cool.
Nice.
I only broke twice so far. I don't think anybody noticed the second one.
Big influencer vibes? No, it's just a neon light. It's okay.
I mean, mine's pink. I have my blinds open because I want to see the sunshine, but if I closed them, I could get cave vibes. It was actually, Leo, I really like that blue. Damn, that's a good. You must have a nice light.
I think it was like $20 on Amazon.
Dang. Okay, I'm gonna need the link. Mine suck. They're not tall enough. I don't know. Oh, I also forget I'm cropped different on different shows. Nick's got a wide crop for me. Kevin's got a middle crop. There we go.
We are approaching that area, which I will be watching.
Oops, I should probably get that position tracker rocking, huh? How's the chat?
They're saying it was a nice show.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, there was a lot of people there. The people are hanging. People are partying. Oh, Fred's cool. Not a coach. Fred also says, nice hat, Leo. Yes, Leo's hat does say Unk. He's embraced it. I gotta get in. Gotta get some cheer dad swag. That's my next. That's my next identity. Cheer starts Wednesday, and I will not be outdated.
Cheer starts Wednesday.
Yep. Yeah, these kids practice all summer for game day. It's wild. And by kids,
Really going all
I
out.
literally mean 6-year-olds.
See
I
this
think
thing
what
rally another 20 points or so. It could also just be a slow grind all day. Just recovering Friday's bloodbath.
I thought ES was gonna make just like a really annoying balance day. That's what it looked like when we were chilling down here. When I turned on the chart, but I mean, and NQ was just too bid. But I didn't buy it. I didn't even think about it, honestly. I was like, I don't want to buy this. Because we're still way below. I don't know. I went over that last night too. It was like when my previous week time frame that I'm using today and Tuesday and my monthly time frame are both very conflicted. Monthly's just neutral right now, but previous week is like giga bearish. So I don't know when that happens. If I'm trading my best, I'm switching back to just base hit guy because I don't have an aligned time frame trend to chase.
Yeah.
But my problem is I'll make one up. I'll pretend that there is one. Just so I can have like a hypothetical trend to chase, and that's when I get in trouble.
Yeah.
ES stopped at the FSPs from Friday. Former single prints? What? I can't believe I'm asking this. What does that mean?
FSPs.
Phoenix? Yeah, FSPs.
Failed singles? F period singles?
All right, thank you, Phoenix. Thank you. Bid. It's got a little bearish slip to the top of this on ES. I need NQ to calm down if I'm going to try to get into a short up here, though.
Mm-hmm.
Holy Moses! Will a huge inside up candle today erase all fear of last week? I don't think it was necessarily fear. I think it was just like a waterfall sell-off day, which, I mean, you get in a bull market. Let's switch to this. Let's see if we can get... See, ES, I have something to lean on for a short, but NQ is just really, really partying. Stowe, don't short. All right, thanks. If a seller could show up in NQ, I could short, but I don't want to do it until then. Is a double distribution possible? Yeah, anything's possible. We've only got we only have an hour and a half worth of volume. So like we don't know what the volume profile is going to look like. It matters anymore. Can you push down? I'm gonna need to push. Can I get a push key? I don't think that's bad. All right, I'm gonna try this short on ES. Possible that there was a seller there on NQ for like 10 seconds. They're kind of crossing.
You've got a finger on the trigger here. Not yet convinced that this is a good trade yet.
ES looked better. I've been struggling with the overnight low though. Got a cross. Come on, boys. Zip, zip. Oh, whoops. Position tracker. Nothing really matters.
All right, I'm going to jump in a couple. Just when they started to go. I'm pretty sure I bottom ticked that short. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's fun, right?
I was like, oh, let me, maybe I should start small. I don't even want to add to this.
I just put 2 on 2. Just very small.
It's a feeler trade that got felt.
Sometimes you do the feeling. Sometimes the market feels you. They are buying the top.
No.
Yes. Well, somebody is.
Oh, I thought they were talking to me.
Maybe.
Where did the market feel you? Just a few minutes ago. I mean, if you didn't see it.
Show me on the chart. Yeah, I mean they're buying the piss out of the top, frankly. Sometimes it works. I mean, you can make fun of people who buy the top all you want, but sometimes the top's not the top anymore.
I don't think you saw the trade correctly. I didn't buy the top.
Leo might be
if I bought the top,
the
I'd
least
still be
top
in the
buyer
trade.
I've ever known. You never buy the top of anything. Aha. Okay. And somebody's mad up here. They're not super stoked.
Maybe their YouTube is inverted. All right, we're gonna jump in back in this thing.
I put 5 on. I got 3 more left in the clip. Majority size. Here it goes. Don't jinx us, apple butter. Do you guys not know how this works? You have to pretend. Don't look at it. Pretend like the market's a bad kid.
ES looks good for the short.
Yes,
actually.
it does.
Yeah.
There we go.
ES looks really clean. No follow through.
No, bears hate me.
We can't play that song yet. Production.
No, it's my fault. I started to sing it quietly to myself.
Oh.
So it's I gave him a pump fake.
Are you ruining our trade live?
Yeah. Well, what else would I be doing?
Shit.
This is getting all wiggly. What is the Dom doing? Quit it. Quit whatever you're up to.
There's another bid here. It's right here at 725.
I like that they're. Are they just gonna yeet this into the sun? Is that the plan?
Yeah. I'm back down to 3.
I can only, I guess, thank the Dow for whatever it's up to. I'm glad I got 3 off. New high over there. Okay.
All right.
What am I at? 71. I guess my basis. Yeah, it might be early. I don't know.
What did you warn Christos specifically?
I think he said don't short.
Oh, okay.
I made money so far. It's still working. NQ is just on a tear. There's a bunch of liquidity at 752. That's annoying. But ES looks fine, which is what I'm short.
Still short?
Yeah, I didn't get out. I'm still at my entry. Like, for as much as NQ has been a jerk, ES is doing fine.
We're back in this.
$11.21. It's a busy place up here. Trying to get this off at 64.50, and then I'll come down here to the value area high. There we go. Crack it, you cowards. You have one job, Bears. And don't cover right in front of where you should cover again. I hate when they do that. Thanks, Tex. It's not done yet. This trade goes back to value if it works. At least mine does. Leo might be shooting for 0. Follow me there. There you go. Now go kill this point of control.
I'm trimming some here.
Yeah, me too. I'm down to 2. This is where I would buy continuation on ES also. So this is as I'm in this short trade everybody who was like, don't short, don't. I mean, it's all well and good to be like, don't do this or don't do that. You don't know, neither do I. But I think it is important to be able to see the other side of your trade. And fortunately for me, since I am most always long, when I'm short, it's very easy for me to see the other side of the trade. So if this is a true context shift on ES and we're going to keep climbing higher, this would be the spot where I would look to add right here. And more specifically, I'd look to protect this 74.60 LVN if we're going to continue to build higher. But yeah, we made a couple coins. I don't know, Leo. You still watching NQ Dom stuff, but trading MNQ, cross trade MNQ? You're still doing that, right?
I am. I'm still doing that. Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Lito, I think that we all just look at NQ everything and just cross trade with the orders we put in. That makes sense. That would be the 9. If I was to mentally draw a EMA, it would probably float there. I ain't buying this 690 guy.
It fails here again. Could be good.
Yeah.
Good for a break.
Yeah. One way you can look at this. This is what I'm seeing, at least on NQ, is you have this madness. 690 guy was well, let's just call him Captain Insano for the sake of argument. Prints a ton of absorption here and we leave. So now we're looking at this very weird conversation at the highs where we've put the point of control all the way up here at 690 guy. We're going to test him again. And this is a ton of passive buying. There's a ton of passive selling up here. So this is the auction at the highs. This is the convo. Ooh. They're going to get him. I'm getting excited.
Christos, are you still warning not to short? You still here?
All right, here, let's see this 60. This is what I care about now. This little dumb spot. Next spot on NQ is 6. I mean, get back to the V range. We'll see what happens there. This is a single print. Where you at? Unc asked you a question. Where are you at?
Oh my goodness.
That's funny, bro. Last night we gave away a thing. Yeah, Leo, I don't know if you saw that, but the funniest part of last night was we gave away a thing account, and we had a winner, and we're very strict about how long you have to be. Like, you got to pipe up that you're actually there quick. And this dude missed it, and he came back a few minutes later and said, "Oh man, I was only gone for a few seconds to get ice cream." and he also sent Nick a picture of the ice cream as proof that he was really getting ice cream.
Wow, that's dedication.
I know. So I thought it was really, really funny. Not only that someone was watching us talk into the internet and eating ice cream at the same time, but also that they sent the picture of said ice cream.
That was a stupid sandwich to make, but I really needed to eat something.
Well, we honored his win. So
nice.
That's true. I've been meaning that. I've got to remember to ask you for your creamy alpha.
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna need some creamy alpha. I got a really good base vanilla that I really like. I got 300 calories, 40 grams of protein in there.
That's pretty good.
And I've been crushing my macros. This is my 8th day. I'm very proud of my new journey.
You got any peppers going? That's what the young kids call them, peptides.
What? Peppers?
Yeah, they're calling them peppers.
Oh, like the drugs? No.
Peptides. It ain't a drug, so it's a peptide.
Listen. Okay, sure. It's not a cigarette, it's a vape. I get it.
Don't short! No, I told you not to short! I'm taking one off here.
I'll post my creamy recipe. Sure. It's not that good yet. I still need to figure out. It's still too vanilla-y. It still has. I need to figure out how to curb the fake vanilla, and I don't know if that's the casein protein powder that I'm using, or the I might mess with xanthan gum as like half.
That's the trick. Xanthan gum is the trick. So you're on the right path.
But I'm using the sugar-free Jello pudding also.
Yeah.
I think that
has xanthan gum in it, so
right.
You're fine.
I think I need to do tasteless xanthan gum for half of the dose of the Jello. And that's my next experiment. That's tonight's. But dude, who knew that you could be in a caloric deficit and eat a pint of ice cream every night at the same time? Who knew? Not me. Also, annoyingly, my entire actually, it's been kind of nice not to see any trading stuff, but my entire algorithm is just ripped dudes telling me to different ways to cook ground beef and potatoes. Optimum vanilla from Costco. Okay. But is it all right, fair. Leo, is our short working?
I don't know. Chat. Is the short working?
Just checking.
Should we short or not?
He came all the way back to this point of control. And NQ still has a ways to go. Now that's got to be a dead body up there, right? If we leave it? Right? I'm going to understand that setup eventually.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
Ooh, I'm getting lots of meat alpha in here too.
The meat alpha is to buy the Chipotle chicken in 1 pound bags, or I think it's 2 pound bags.
Costco?
Costco.
Okay.
It's literally amazing. You just heat it up.
Awesome. Leo, what is your typical stop loss for NQ?
15 to 20 points. You spoke about the volume profile node that caused you to take the short, and it was a great trade. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks.
Who knew? Who knew? Just a couple LVNs. Just a
There's,
couple low volume boys.
I had Kim on the stream with this red line and talked about why it was there. It was this low volume node, and you're seeing the power of using volume profiles right in front of you. Despite the chat experts that say not to take that short.
I like that you're tying in the He-Man stuff since that movie just came out. You do have the power. Is
what are you talking about?
You don't know about the He-Man movie that just came out?
No.
Dude, new Masters of the Universe movie just came out on Friday. Not a He-Man guy?
No.
Oh, come on, dude. We're both the same age. You didn't watch You didn't watch He-Man?
I did. I wasn't
morning?
a He-Man. I wasn't a He-Man guy.
What the world? Well, you should take the G-Man to the He-Man movie. Just throwing it out there. It's pretty dope. Hey, thank you. Yeah, Cooper. Since I knew I was trading with Leo today, I wanted to make sure to find a short to get in, just to prove to him that I don't just buy the market all the time, like he likes to say to me. Stowe, how long are you today?
I mean, It's a good joke. Like the chat even goes with it. I don't,
Yeah, what is your rolling volume profile, Leo? Is that a 5-day?
1 second. I'm gonna take one off here.
Okay.
What is my what?
What is your
this guy?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Let me look. 4 weeks. This profile is a 4-week profile.
Nice. I don't know, Leo. I'm not sure. I didn't recognize that.
Can you guys walk us through the trade? Okay, use the rewind button, and when we talk about this low volume node right at the beginning of the stream, and then we talked about the short that we took up here as a consequence of that low volume node, that was the trade. I'm not trying to be rude, but just watch the stream.
Yep. Easiest way to see it. If you look, it's also interesting because Leo and I both trading two different products at the same time, looking at different things. ES looked, I don't know. I just kind of said to hell with it and got in the ES short because it looked fine. We had there was definitely some absorption going on at 74, 75. NQ needed like a little bit more, but ES had failed this enough times, and this was a pretty decent taper on the DOM up here too, as far as all this volume went. And once we got below this seller at 74, 73, once that was rewarded and retested a couple times, you can kind of see this is an active seller here, this red, and then you can see these wicks here, here, and here pushing off of it. So I actually got into this. I started with 2 lots, and then I got into this, and then I put 5 more on when I saw this guy rejecting. I don't know. Let me reload my data. I don't know why I don't know my arrows are, but I'll find them. There we are. Yeah, so first entry was here. 2 lots, and then when I saw this guy getting rejected, I put 5 more on here. And just scale on out. Took one of you up, and now I got a runner down here. Hey, you're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. When would I move my stop loss on the MES? I probably won't. Either this is going to be an annoying balance day, or we have left a ton of volume up here and we're going to go explore lower, which is anything below 86, 74.86. I'm still in a bearish, like medium-ish term. This is the previous week. But on the day, it looks like we are just building out of balance. This bottom band held and is flattening. So we'll see. NQ and ES doing two very different things also. ES is well below its IB high and its overnight high. NQ is came and retested them, and now it's back above. So no, Paulo, that Leo, what's your medium volume profile is just a that's the rotation size, right?
Yeah, it's just a leg to leg. I think it's at 40 points, 50 points.
Why am I using 60? Where'd that come from? I know I did it for a reason.
Put whatever value you want in there, my man.
I know. But I just forgot why I did it. Neobind, I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I think it's good to have those things on your chart for sure. But I wouldn't necessarily get married to the idea that they are reactive all the time. For example, this initial balance in ES was a pretty choppy nightmare. So like, I don't really know how, because I see this a lot with just like people pointing to whatever MGI is popular right now and being like, can you believe the thing? It's just this one thing. Yeah, it's not always like that. And you still have to try to execute in here somewhere. So I would be cautious with like, just put these levels on your chart, watch them be reactive, because they're not always very clean. They're good to have.
How many more years will I trade? Dan, you're acting like I'm fucking 70. I'm 42. Come on.
Leo, do you think your eyes are still going to work in a couple years?
Are they just rage? I mean, is that some rage commenting? Holy Moses.
Leo, do you think your heart is going to be able to handle this for much longer?
You got about a year left.
It's rude to ask the unks questions like that.
What the fuck is wrong with 70?
Stand up, 70-year-olds. Check the box. Stand up. We see you. Nothing wrong with 70.
There's no age where I could have tagged that would have been like, oh, somebody in here is not that age. Y'all are trying to throw me to the grave. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's sad That's stuff, crazy. Really. It's Rage Bait Monday. You guys want to start that? That could be cool.
Was it hard handling the transition from reading paper and ticker tape? Oh my God. That's crazy.
Oh, Rexy, good one,
golden
good
years
one.
And take the Social Security. Wow.
Leo, what was the Great Depression like?
I'm not even angry. What are you saying? Doesn't take much to rage bait. It's all for fun. I go along with it. It's all, I get it.
Oh.
Hey, Pax was getting rage baited in the chat earlier, so I guess it's just par for the course.
He was really? I missed that?
Yeah.
Damn it.
You missed it.
I miss everything. I gotta start. I need maybe I need a Claude agent to just alert me to when funny things are going on so I could jump over and catch them.
Really sure good sport about it. I appreciate that, Phoenix. I don't take things too seriously here.
Yes, you may be surprised, but in a text box filled with comments from people that we don't know on the internet is not the place for serious things to exist.
No offense.
No offense to you as anons. I wasn't allowed to watch Power Rangers. Did you watch Power Rangers? What the hell did you watch?
I had Power Rangers. Like even I had all the Power Ranger stuff. They used to have cards, Power Ranger cards.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's a video game. I'm pretty sure there's a video game.
Okay. I don't know why
why
was I not allowed to watch the Power Rangers, but I was allowed to watch He-Man. I feel like some of these rules in retrospect. Yeah, I don't know. I need to talk to them about this. I need to go back through everything I wasn't allowed to watch and be like, I need to know why. Listen, I know you guys are retired. I know I'm a 41-year-old grown-ass man, but I need to know why I had to hide at my friend's house to watch wrestling on Saturdays.
Like WWE?
Yeah. They're not going to have an answer for me. I know it. They're not going to know. Yes, Neo, I am going to, we're all going to crowdsource the song. I got to figure out, when am I on this afternoon? Well, we'll see how busy this afternoon is. Maybe we'll write the second verse together. Leo, did you know we're all writing a song together as a community?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's it's the weirdest form of social engagement I could think of, so I figured I'd give it a shot. Yeah, Coach Red. Yeah,
into this short
good long
here.
down there. Mach 1 in green.
Seems like this is going to rally back up through here, but on the off chance that this low volume node right here holds, may just cut it.
Whoops. That was the wrong button. There we go. This is a nice little range today. Truly.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm not complaining.
The Dow must be really annoyed today for this to be looking like this.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and cover this trade.
Like, mine's fine. I'm still at 7 points in profit somehow, but NQ is just like so angry.
Yeah. Still good trade. Got a decent move for 150 points, I think, to that low. That's going to go now.
KT, are my single prints not working? Like, why? Yeah, maybe I didn't. I mean, did I screw up my days to load or something? Do we still have singles to fill?
Took myself out of that trade a little early.
Are there singles at 75, 50 to 60?
Gross.
Oh my. Oh my. Look at this guy. He's happy. He got lifted though. Do you know what occurs to me every time like we say somebody lifted so many offers or whatever? That's the I want to talk to Samson song from Half Baked. I want to get lifted. Fly me to the moon. I want to talk to Samson. Production, if you can find me the I want to talk to Samson song from Half Baked, you would truly be crushing the Monday. I might be wrong, KTS. It could be me.
Wow. That's why you don't fuck with your trade, chat. You still have them? GG's.
Yeah.
Is there a
fair
genre
enough.
of music you really don't like? The white van got Leo. Oh man, I was like, they're gonna take this stop anyway. So I might as well, cover it for 5 instead of whatever 12 I had it at.
Oh, that word, Neo, that makes sense.
God, what a gross. Yeah, sometimes when you intervene.
I mean, being discretionary it's a kiss and a curse. I mean, it's good when it works. It's bad when it doesn't work. But I mean, it was a piss missile. It still might be. Like they're holding the V range. They're holding this 650 spot. So I don't think it's going down. Do we use 40 inches? Think 52 would be better. I'm not using a 40-inch monitor. You got a big monitor, Leo?
Me?
I know you got Monitor Town over there.
30. Well, there's 2 30s and then there's a 40 to my left. It's not being
you got the
used
long
right
one?
now. No.
You quit the vertical?
I don't have any verticals right now. I'm still kind of configuring my
sad
setup.
I want to talk to Samson.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yes.
What a movie. Dude, we used to watch that in high school.
Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man. I want to talk to Samson.
Oh my God. That movie is so good. Classic.
They killed Killer B. Samson does get me lifted. That's all I think about when we talk about lifting offers. I'm like, yeah, I want to talk to Samson. It's good to see Leo laugh. I agree. Here comes Jim. I got you, Austin.
Here comes Jim.
Perfect timing.
What's up, Jim?
Not
What's up,
much,
Jim?
man. Nothing much. Great job today, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever I listen to you guys, I want to have at least one takeaway from what I heard.
Okay.
And today's takeaway, it's going to be great for my vibe score, by the way.
Oh, good.
Today's takeaway is I could eat a pint of ice cream and still be calorie deficient.
That's right. You can, baby.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
All right.
You got to buy the Ninja Creamy is the device you need. And
it's only 200 clams. You can save up.
Some specific recipes.
All right. Well, I like Jenny's ice cream, though. Do you ever have Jenny's?
No.
No, I never met her.
It's a Southern thing. You never met a Jenny?
Oh, I've never met Jenny's ice cream.
Oh, yeah. It might be a Southern thing. It started in Charlotte. I think now it's in Charleston. It's fabulous, by the way.
I'm trying really hard not to do Forrest Gump impressions right now. We better get off screen before I start making Jenny jokes.
Let's not do that. So Stowe, what's your game? Leo's flat. It looks like. Stowe, what's your game plan for the rest of this trade? Just let it ride?
I'm gonna hold this. I'm gonna go do some other stuff. I got to work out, and I'll be back this afternoon. So that's my plan.
You are going to be back this afternoon. I believe you go with Nick for a tick in XYZ this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow. How did I not get invited to this party?
You got this tiny bit of a party here today. We know it's Monday, and you wake up a little bit grouchy on Monday, so they put me with you to cheer you up a little bit. And
all
then,
my friends without me.
Yeah. Right. And then we're going to talk about you later. And if you come into the chat, you can talk to us that way. But
someone accused Leo being my age, and he was raging for a minute.
Well, they were like, how much longer are you going to trade? Like, I'm about to die.
I will trade my last day on planet Earth. That's my prediction.
I really like it. I really like this as a bit.
All right, Stowe. Says the young guy. No, wait. Who's younger? You?
Stowe's 1 year.
I'm 1 year younger than Leo.
Says the young guy. Very, very good. In any event, let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done.
Yeah. All right.
Started clapping my ass off for that one. Anyway, guys, thank you. Appreciate you as well. Leo, I'll talk to you later this week. Stowe, I'll see you this afternoon. We're going to do an edge report and then the morning stream.
All right. See you, chat.
All right, guys. All right, let's take a look at the E-mini S&P right here, right now. A couple things going on my screen. I have the session volume profile on the left in kind of powder blue, I'd call it. And on the right-hand side, I have the volume profile anchored to regular trading hours. The other thing I have on my chart here is some statistics from our friends at Edgeful for an E-mini S&P initial balance breakout by wick. On a Monday, 69.23% of the time the last 6 months we had a single break, 23.08% we've had a double break, and then 7.69% we've had no break. Now we've had a single break so far. So let's drill in here a little bit. Let me get this out of the way here a little bit more. And I could, we'll kind of, oopsie, hang on everybody. We're going to go ahead and, there we go. Let's focus on the IB. So IB low is in place right now, and that is at, I'll tell you the exact number, that is at 74.29. That's the IB low. And the IB high was right off the bat. Now, we hit the IB high first, which means something to some people. The IB high was at 74.69 and a quarter. Hit it first, zigged down, zigged back out. And we took it, and it zigged back up. We took out, not only did we take out the opening range high, but we took out overnight highs. We took out that 0 DTE call resistance. And the 0 DTE gamma, that was at 74.40, but that didn't last long. Yeah, we had a couple of 10-minute candles above there, but then we had that big break, right? We broke through that 9 EMA, the 9 simple moving average, the 20 EMA, and there's that point of control, official point of control of the session. Now, this a point of control for the regular trading hours is a little bit further south. I mean, not that much difference, but about 3 points, a little bit lower. We're back into the value area right now as we speak, and this downtrend, has been going a little while. We have a low wick right here. Didn't quite get that VWAP touch that I was hoping for, but it came close to the daily pivot. Now, the daily pivot and the VWAP are at the exact same price right now, approximately 74.39-ish, give or take a couple of ticks. We'll see if we can get a drive back down to that level as well. Point of control is beckoning though right now, and that's again 74.45 on the regular trading hours. So let's see if we can get down there as well. At some point, there could be this VWAP touch as well that I'm kind of looking for. Again, the odds are against us. They have another break here on the downside by wick of the IB of the IB low, but it could happen. It's only 23%, but we don't know. In any event, we're kind of moving back into that range. So a little bit of selling right now. Let's just take a look at that daily candle just to put this in perspective. Big picture, huge sell-off on Friday. Remember, there's the June open. We sold off of the June open, literally. I know it's early in June, but still, it's worth a mention. And I drew a fib line from the all-time highs all the way down to the lows this morning. And we're less than that 38.1% retraced. So it's textbook right now, right at that 21 EMA. So we'll see what happens at this point. If we close above that 21 EMA, but below that 8 EMA, it's called we're calling that the rotation zone. That'll be an interesting level. If we close below it, I'm going to be bearish again, probably from a bigger picture point of view. But we're not quite there yet, so we'll see how that goes. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin really quickly here with the time remaining. The Bitcoin, well, a little bit is fighting back, okay? The Bitcoin is fighting back right now. So I'm encouraged to see that because I had a target down here, that April 2024 low, 49,795. I'm not saying we're not going to get there at some point, but right now that February 6th low is held, 60,205, and that's February 6th of this calendar year. So it held, we were rallying back up there, and then next, this old area of support, I'm going to call it support, it's a swing low really, March 30th, 2026, 65,105. We are driving back up there. That's going to be resistance now in my mind. Look at the moving averages sloping down pretty aggressively here as well. Yeah, RSI is trying to peak back up over 30, but this could be a one-day phenomenon, so we'll see. Right now, I'm encouraged that we could possibly close higher than yesterday's candle. That would be a good thing, but momentum has definitely slowed down. Let's take a look at the intraday chart really quickly here, and I'll just kind of push this back so we can see it a little bit better. So most of the gains were made overnight. Right, prior to the initial balance. Initial balance did the same thing kind of as the equity market, right? We hit the high right away, and then we bounced back down to the bottom of initial balance low after that, and then we made new highs. Now we're back into the value area. Kind of decent point of control actually right here, right by that 20 EMA at 63,915, give or take a couple of ticks right now. So far it's looking kind of balanced, kind of slowing down, but we have several red candles in a row. Where are we going? Well, I like, again, that VWAP here, that white line, that session VWAP, it's got my attention. It's right by that call resistance level at 63,500. So again, two areas of interest collide with the bottom of the initial balance. So wouldn't be surprised if we saw another VWAP touch right there. That is the late morning edge report. Appreciate everybody being here with NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, the great participation. If you're in the chat, you guys are awesome. Everybody that's part of the NinjaTrader Live community, super special. Thank you for being part of us. Regular start today, this afternoon, 2 o'clock East Coast time, with Shy Girl giving us her afternoon wrap up. Can't wait for that. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch. Thanks for being part of our community.